Hello, hello. Welcome to Pohflepp in Practice, and welcome to the Sashaverse. I'm Callum Bowden, friend of Sasha and co-founder of Trust, where he was our most enthusiastic early supporter. I will read a short text to kick off the event tonight before passing on to my dear friend Stephanie Sherman. Hello. Welcome to Pohflepp in Practice. Okay. And welcome to the Sashaverse. We have one small technical difficulty. Friend of Sasha and where he was our most. Okay. That's sorted. And now I will get started. I came into the kitchen and discovered that Sasha's cute Zojirushi rice cooker had morphed into a volcano, spewing a frothy white substance onto the counter. He had just returned home from a trip to Japan with a shiny rice cooker that sang, "Mary had a little lamb" when it finished cooking. I called to him. Inspecting the countertop volcano meticulously, Sasha finally gleaned with a contained excitement that he had thrown off the rice cooker's fuzzy logic. He had put the machine on white rice mode when he had meant to put it on porridge. My mind rendered the image of a plush toy. Fuzzy logic, I asked, assuming my usual role in our spontaneous kitchen seminars. Somewhat of a living Wikipedia updating in real time. In our kitchen, Sasha introduced me to topics such as Waldsterben, the particularly German melancholic fear that the forests are dying, the latest regulations on mobility platforms, the internal social politics of futurist conferences, the German micro-debt market, and with much in between. Fuzzy logic, Sasha explained, uses numbers to describe vagueness, allowing machines to look at the world with degrees of truth. And rice cookers, he continued, capturing in tone what I can only imagine is the fuzzy logical industry's disappointment in its mass market usefulness, are the main technological application of fuzzy logic. In rice cookers, it ensures perfectly cooked rice because it gives the appliance the ability to adjust cooking time and temperature based on judgment. The first time Sasha told me about post-rational design, as we sat together at Trust, I couldn't help but be reminded of his excitement on corrupting his rice cooker's fuzzy logic. Where fuzzy logic gives machines, or at least Zojirushi rice cookers, an ability to adapt their model of the world to embrace an element of randomness, post-rational design, as others will shed light on this evening, provides designers with a framework for collaborating with randomness by shifting control over part of their creative process to inhuman factors, such as Darwinian evolution or different scales and timeframes. Post-rational design is fuzzy not in methodological rigor, but in its openness to go beyond rigid, outcome-specific models of the world. As his friend and co-conspirator, I miss him dearly, and I'm thankful not only for the wisdom he shared with me, but also for the friends he introduced me to, including many of the participants taking part in tonight's event. I now pass the Zoom over to my dear friend Stephanie Sherman, who I wouldn't know if it wasn't for Sasha.
Thanks, Callum. Hello, everyone. It's so wonderful to welcome you to Pohflepp in Practice and to be convened here with all of you to think together about the work and world of artist and designer Sasha Pohflepp. This event is not easy. Sasha's sudden departure from the planet produced a gaping chasm where his steady stream of musings, jokes, and creations used to be. For me, it remains a gnawing irony that my closest co-conspirator on Mission PhD, the person I most admired for their complete embodiment of a philosophy of life and living, was the same dear friend for whom life was so surprisingly short. It's perhaps even stranger to gather now, since his passing somehow pins the beginning of times that to me will always be markedly post-Pohflepp, the pandemic, Epstein, water on the moon. Sasha's commentary on all of these things has been missed by so many of us. He had a penchant for the ways that reality, in whatever tense, has a way of unfurling like a fiction. But the purpose of today is not to dwell in his absence. Last summer, memorials and rocket launches took place in his honor in Berlin, New York, and LA. Our purpose today is to take up the things that Sasha was curious about and consider the ways he was curious about them, to reflect upon his practices as an artist and designer and scholar, to treat his ideas and his community with the same contagious generosity he brought to them, and to carry forward his works in progress. There was something at once so gently creaturely and completely alien, cyborgian even, about Sasha's way of moving about the world. How was it possible that he ever got anything done, given the profusion of communication he kept up? You could find him on any platform. He was up for almost any mission. You could count on him to show up to the event. He was fiercely interdisciplinary. He loved art for its generativity. He loathed it for its exclusivity and posturing and refusal to engage with the world beyond the recirculation of symbols. He loved design for its functionality and possibility, because he loved problem solving and technology and complexity. He returned to his obsessions time and time again: outer space, biomes, vehicles of all kinds, predictions and projections, the limits and capacities of being human, California ideology, tech companies real and invented, bad service, geopolitics, synthetic intelligence and sentience, how machines provoke us and how we provoke them. When he was here with us, we described the Sasha-verse as the many mixed realities Sasha was always bringing together, a matrix of people, phenomena, places, ideas, things. We're thrilled today to welcome you to the virtual Sasha-verse, a place to continue to archive and develop his creative legacy. Today, some of Sasha's closest colleagues and collaborators will share their thoughts about him and his practice. The voices you will hear from today are by no means comprehensive. Rather, they are the first contributions to this archive, which will hold many perspectives and assemble many configurations. Our warmest thanks to our presenters today for these first crucial seedlings of many more to come. This event has been realized through the dedicated work of my core collaborators, Lindsay Iyenk and Chris Wobkin and Matt Lutz, as well as Daisy Ginsburg, who has been helping to get Sasha's legal legacy and project inventory squared away. We've been tremendously lucky to work with Callum Bowden and Arthur Rowing-Bear at Trust to adapt the platform originally created for Huckabay's Shape of a Practice event as a new archive and convening space for Sasha. We're over the moon that Par Gang and Anna Mikola created visuals that truly made the Sashaverse feel like a new home. We know that many of you have much to contribute, and we are excited to have your inputs, concepts, and participation in developing and supporting Sasha's legacy under the guise of the Post-Rational Foundation. We're also hoping for your help finding permanent homes for Sasha's digital and physical works. The Chicago Art Institute just purchased Growth Assembly, and we hope that other institutions will continue to show, collect, and preserve key pieces he created. This virtual interface, postrational.foundation, means that no matter where Sasha's works are housed, there is a place to experience them in a context as playful and inspiring and reflective as Sasha himself. So finally, a very special thanks to Huckabay, the University of California, San Diego Visual Arts Department and Speculative Design Program, Trust, and iBeam, all who have been instrumental with their support for this event. We'll hear from lots of different people today, so please make yourself comfortable. There will be 2 short breaks for replenishments, during which you can also meet up with friends in the Warp Space audio room, facilitated by Susan Plutz. Then join us in the Zoom after party to connect, reflect, and process with old and new friends. Thanks so much, everyone in the stream and in the world, for taking part. Onward.
Callum and Stephanie. That was an amazing intro. I want to. This is a big challenge to where to even start. Describing the Sasha verse and the multitude of experiences, and kind of starting not just from conversation and work, but also just by any type of small in-between conversation or beers that we had, art opening attended, and so on. Here's a photo of Sasha testing out. This is actually at the studio in the Brooklyn Navy Yard when he was coming to New York, and we were going to the deck, and happened to run into a test session or a kind of demo where another studio in the building is developing spacesuits. So Sasha got really excited to try, like, these are commercial spacesuits, and they're kind of competing with like NASA and other kind of government kind of development, kind of SpaceX type rivals, but to make like affordable spacesuits and kind of newly designed spacesuit. Of course, Sasha had to try it, and I want to start kind of sharing and also playing some music, some audio from.
I don't want to make it
from an interview with Sasha.
It's a course that looks at technology and kind of like how to design technology and how to think about the future and things like that. And we kind of started to work together basically. Mm-hmm. And we did a residency last year here at IBEAM, which is kind of art and technology organization, where we started to model spaces to kind of like look at kind of like how you could rebuild spaces and kind of like make something in them. But both of us from before, like I especially have like a long interest in kind of how people think about the future, and how kind of that might have come, because this course, they do all these things and they use all this language, and I was always curious where it came from. And then through research, or like through kind of my own work, I arrived at this point where I realized a lot of that came actually from the 50s and from these kind of think tanks and things like that. And then we worked on a couple of projects, and one of them was called The History of Speculation, where we looked at early 20th century physics and how that kind of like might relate to that. And then we made these things that were shown in Moscow at the Goethe Institute. And through that research, we came across pictures of the house.
Okay.
You apparently lived in, according to
Chip. Yeah, we built it. I remember when it was being, from when it was designed. And my father was involved. Did you ever come across General Panel?
No.
You should look up General Panel. It was a wonderful company, but it failed.
Yeah.
But before he built the house, we were living in New York, and he took a job in California to run this company called General Panel.
Yeah.
That I've forgotten which, but it was. Yeah. It was prefabricated housing, but it was designed by all these incredible architects. Yeah. I forget which ones, but you would know all their names, I'm
not actually that big into architecture.
But it was, like I think Gropius was involved, but I'm not sure. So all of these, the heavyweights. And they designed this house. It had no nails. It had like these steel joiners.
Oh, wow.
And unfortunately, I had a steel joiner, and somebody threw it away because they didn't know what it was. That was still from General Panel, but they put these houses up in a day, and they were really nice. I mean, they were really fine design. And he was very interested in. There's a philosopher named Charles Sanders Peirce, Peirce, and Charles Sanders, and he was very interested. It was sort of like kinds of questions about how do we know what we know is true, and how do we test it?
Kant.
But
interesting.
So. How do we verify our ideas, things like that?
That's super fascinating already. Okay.
Yeah. So he.
Before I came here, I was writing about these things. And it's actually quite close to that.
Yeah, and my mother worked at RAND before he did. She had studied. She had gotten. Well, she sort of failed to get 2 PhDs because she disagreed with both dissertation advisors. But she did everything to get her PhD, including writing the dissertation, except getting it because she wouldn't change her dissertation. So she was getting a degree in comparative, I don't know, it was English literature or comparative literature at Harvard. Yeah. And she was doing her dissertation on Hamlet figures in literature. Yeah. She was interested in decision making.
Yeah. In decision making.
Yeah, and she says that she thinks the reason was because she herself could never make a decision, but she was interested in decision making. So,
is Hamlet? Is it like I've never read Hamlet.
You never read Hamlet? Well, that's his fatal flaw is he can't decide. He thinks that his mother has married the man who killed his own father, and he suspects that he did, and he's always trying to know for sure if he did, and he's arranging all these ways, but he can't it's, as my mother put it, he can't translate thought into action. He has he's obsessed by this, but he doesn't know, can't decide how to act upon it, and that's his fatal flaw, his tragic flaw. But so she has other characters. One was Billy Budd, Melville, and I don't know, she has all these other similar characters in literature, and because her advisor didn't like what she wrote about Melville, and she wouldn't change it, so she didn't get that degree.
Because
she wouldn't change it to what he thought.
What's wrong with Melville?
Well, no, I mean, it was okay. He had a different idea about what Melville intended than she did.
Interesting.
So.
But then that is actually really interesting in relation to the Rand stuff, because it's all about decision making. Well,
she wrote a book. My mother wrote a book called Pearl Harbor: Warning and Decision. You can it's still Stanford. It's put out by Stanford. You could still get it. It's about how we had too much information and therefore didn't know what was going to happen. Because, we had all the information, but we had information about so many other things that we couldn't see that which one was important. You can't be ready everywhere.
It's a bit like Edward Tufte with the Challenger explosion, where they said they knew all these things, but it was hidden in this stream of numbers, so they couldn't see that the thing was failing. I mean, I don't see it. It just seems like the world is getting worse and worse that way. We collect data, but who looks at it? Nobody probably. Don't have the manpower to do that. And also
what it means, or tell it to the right person.
More information.
It doesn't do anything.
Yes and no. I mean, the thing is like that. I mean, you have the information, and then you make models according to the information, but the models are kind of designed
objects. The models
are
designed by the people that have their assumptions. So she also wrote an article called "The Pleasures of Self-Deception."
Okay.
Oh wow.
And that's kind of the whole thing.
What?
That's kind of the whole thing. So like
you have a theory that this is what's happening. It's very hard to see another theory.
But that's how did they? Do you know how they? I mean, how did she end up at Rand then?
Very simple. I was born in New York. She was teaching. They were living on fellowships initially in the 30s, and in California. So we moved to California. And my mother was walking down the street and met an old friend from New York named Olaf Helmer. Who's, by the way, you were talking about the future. He had an organization called the Institute for the Future.
Still exists. If it's the same one.
Yeah, it was Paul Barron and Olaf Helmer started it. I don't know if it's the same one. Is it in California?
It's in Palo Alto.
Well, then that's theirs. Paul Barron was sort of the father of the internet. Baran. He died a couple of years ago, and Olaf died a couple of years ago.
I'm pretty sure it's the same one. So Chris just did a project with somebody who used to work there for a while.
So
Candy.
Olaf, she ran into Olaf on the street, and he said he was working at Rand. He worked at Rand, I think, in its very first version when it was called something else besides Rand, like maybe 1947, and suggested why don't you go get a job there? So she went and she got hired to write book reviews. And they hired two women to write book reviews. And then, as my mother put it, since they had to use scientific method, they they added the total number of book reviews and divided by 2. She did all hers and the other woman did none, so they both got fired.
Oh.
The average wasn't.
Okay.
Average was wrong.
That's pretty
And
funny.
so she was a little upset about that. And then she thought about it, and she applied. With the internet and all this stuff, I could never do this, but she went back and applied for another job on a higher level.
Oh, and they didn't know who she was.
And she wore her hair differently and a different hat, and she was interviewed by the same person. And she got the job.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen today. They would just
they would
Google
know.
you and look at your Instagram.
Yeah, it's too bad. It was so much simpler. So she got a job doing research in the social science department.
Yeah.
And that's when she started working on her book on Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what we're doing is we're kind of like, we invited a bunch of people. We invited a bunch of people to kind of like have conversations in a similar setting, basically. And since we found since the inspiration for that was like the image of the house, we actually kind of like rebuilt parts of that setting in 3D. You know, so that's
interesting.
actually
My while they were in apartments in New York, my father hated molding or anything that wasn't, modern and straight, smooth line. So he was always knocking it out and doing things. And I remember they didn't have any furniture. They had. I remember one story my mother had. They had like 2 crates to sit on, wooden crates, and my mother found out he'd invited one of his professors over to the apartment. And I was just like, you can't invite him over here. We don't have any place, we don't have any furniture. And he said, he's coming to discuss my ideas. He's not coming to see my furniture. So it was really completely abstract then. He just thought, a room with 2 wooden crates that they could sit on was perfectly acceptable.
It was in the very beginning when they
were, well, I would think they were married by then.
but like in the beginning when the house wasn't furnished.
This was here in New York when they had there were students and they had an apartment, but they didn't have anything in the living room yet except for these 2 crates.
So this is a lengthy interview, but I think it really captures like Sasha's interest, not just in people's stories and meta narratives, and also, I think the broad cultural understanding and kind of positioning of different perspectives within it. So for us, like the House in the Sky spun out of a project, the residency that we initially started at IBM, and back when they were in the Chelsea space. And then once IBM moved to Industry City, we spun off a project that became called the House in the Sky, and it was building on the residency that we did prior. So we did another kind of residency on top of the residency, another chance also for Sasha to come back, have studio access, and be able to also partner and develop this. Although actually, in a way, this project became quite expansive and huge. So this is what you listen to is Joan Boldstetter. We reached out to her. She is the daughter of Albert and Roberta Boldstetter, and I love that. Yes, maybe back then think tank culture in the 50s was like mostly male dominated, but I do love that she is really also like her mother was in a way like more badass. I don't know if that's the right word to say, but and really interesting to. This is an excerpt, and but yeah, it's just really, really fascinating to learn about the family, the humor, but then also the kind of the background of trying to build a space that is an interdisciplinary kind of space to that set established think tank culture, but then of course like I guess like All right, but back to this photo. What you see here, this is actually Joan sitting by the pool of the house. So we were really interested in, this is kind of what got us started. We found this article about Rand and the think tank culture, which is featured in Life magazine with some photos by Leonard de Combe. And this is a photo that's shot by Julius Schulman. Maybe you know Julius Schulman documented many of the LA houses, but they're all friends. The house itself was built by Joan Vanderkar, Joseph Vanderkar, sorry. But then, yeah, these were the images that were, that kind of sparked our interest of the house, of these like informal parties, with Joan is also in this picture. And then this is a Julius Schulman photo of the house. And the house is called the House in the Sky because it is in the Hollywood Hills, slightly elevated and open, opens up into a wonderful garden. But we were interested, of course, Sasha being Sasha, we were kind of digging up who lives there now, and we were reaching out to see if we could visit and see, and from there to learning about Cliff Watts, who was at the time living there and who bought the house from the Bullshitter family. He was like, oh yeah, come in and we restaged some of these like Julius Schulman shots. We were able to, we wanted to build a model of the house. So we're going there. This is another Julius Schulman perspective, but then we were trying to model it in 3D, recreate this house in the sky, which it was kind of coming from that 50s article, House in the Sky, is about this house when it's first featured on the newspaper. But yeah, so Sasha being in his element, measuring every aspect of the house so we can recreate a model of the place, kind of this like physical digital meta narrative building. So here are some sketches and kind of the parts of information that were really important to us to get the dimensions and scale, well, dimensions right and scale. But yeah, so in this audio conversation with Joan, like she also mentioned the Stanford Hoover Archive. So when I did the Headlands residency out in San Francisco, I was going down to Stanford to visit the Hoover Archive, and actually visiting archives is quite a fun place to go. So this is looks maybe like a Thomas Demand installation, but so here you could see a lot of the documents from back then and the writing. So Joan pointed out that, well, coming from a background of like comparative literature, they did a lot of poetry and hosted concerts and kind of poetry readings and other things in the house that spun off a lot of the thinking also that led to policy and kind of tackling with the unthinkable at the time, the Cold War and other challenges, many other challenges. But what you see here is like Roberta Buldstetter's kind of folder at the Hoover Archive. So we, yeah, I copied a lot of the took photos of the archival material, and then we've been kind of transcribing some of the text and editing, and having actually a Joan read her mom's writing. But to come back to the conversation about Hamlet, there were also in this folder were lots of like different kind of photos of Hamlet, the figure that could not make the tragic flaw of like not being able to make a decision. But yeah, back in IBM at Industry City, we kind of set up these based on the Julius Schulman perspectives. We kind of set up a green screen room and then invited a group of friends and to kind of stage and update these conversations that could happen in this house, but think about challenges that we're facing today, and also kind of updating the conversations 50 or 60 years, maybe even forward, to stage them from today's perspective, kind of create a platform for that. But yeah, we when we were planning a show, later on we got like a residency at Pioneerworks, and later on we were planning kind of an installation setup, kind of mapping the house that we visited there into the space at Pioneerworks, and kind of projecting the perspectives into the space, kind of setting up the installation there. We were planning for the course or for the exhibition catalog, and Jeff Mano pointed us at that he was really interested in that the house or this modern house that looked so serene and peaceful, it had a dark backstory. So of course, like in the 50s, there was the threat of thermonuclear war, and of course a lot of theory that was influential for computation, and like later on many other things. So for example, these concepts of Monte Carlo or Rand, the books of random numbers. But then also Jeff pointed out, we were sharing these images with Jeff, and like he was able to pinpoint like parts or things that he was seeing in these images. And Jeff is really good at these sort of meta narratives, and we were playing on what it would mean. That what is this mask, for example, in the background? Is it related to a visit in the Bikini Atoll, and like to see one of the test explosions, nuclear tests, and so on. So to him, he was saying there's some strange similarity to this event in 1816, where the group of British writers rented a house, the Villa Diodati, and then there was the volcano outbreak where the weather got just shifted, and the summer became a winter, and which actually then spun off and sort of these initially romantic writers that were kind of celebrating kind of a summer retreat, and we're thinking they were having they suddenly started writing and inventing kind of the horror genre. And so for him, this is really interesting to have this inverted Villa Diodati in this house in the sky, and also these sort of gatherings of thinkers, writers, and that then which also I love that we have this platform here now, the Post-Rational Foundation, and there's the volcano that's kind of reflected there as but yeah, I want to share the film is rather than showing like the interviews from the film, which are amazing conversations, but they're also really dense. I wanted to just share a couple of these views into the house, and this is the rendered model of the house in some of these short clips that we produced to animate. Some of this is a kind of spinning quarter to go along. Oops, with the now it's like slowing down, but I hope it works still. I'll just let this play. Here's a Game of Life animation onto some seashells. So it's created by Phil Stearns, and then we animated it. hidden mainframe computer in the house. But yeah, oops, let me jump back to. Okay. My computer is freezing for a second. Let's try to go full screen again. Maybe it's working now. All right. Oh. Let's try to go full screen again. Maybe it's working now. All right. Okay, one more time. Different slide. Full screen. All right, we're back. So doing projects in LA and kind of visiting the site at the house in the Hollywood Hills. Of course, we had to stop by. Maybe some of you have been there. The LA, being LA, has a lot of prop houses. So here we are. We went to Norton Sales, which is a fantastic kind of prop house that's focused on like space junk. So a lot of the movies that you see, the space related like sci-fi movies, they would go to a place like Norton Sales, and you would see all this like detritus from the Cold War, and also like yeah, from the kind of heyday in the 60s and 50s and 60s space time space and you just find an incredible inventory, even up to like ahead of an intercontinental missile, ICBM, that would be in the back of the house at Norton Sales. But this is a project where we were really interested in this sort of objects of that are usually just used as reference objects. So we're thinking this is like kind of the photography of the objects that are just reference objects. So here is a couple of those that are used in space. One of that's the quarter that's used on the Mars space rover. Then we have the Swiss Army knife and these like color chart maps, and also yeah. So what we've developed here, actually a kind of a more simple spin-off of the and kind of elegant in a way from the iBeam project. We've developed this like kind of animation, which is a drop of these objects, but then also the outcome would be a unique print, kind of edition print. But what we would do is that we take a sample of the space, so a light sample, and we would render the light sample into the print so you could see all the details and reflections as you would see, for example, the window and light would be reflected to be positioned where it's at. So it's situated in that regard. But what I find also really fascinating, well, we were using, okay, let me show the animation first, but this is actually quite mesmerizing. All right, I'll skip this. But most importantly, well, Sasha found the rock. Of course, Sasha being Sasha. I don't know if I'm on camera now, but I took the photo also, which is on the stream. But yeah, so Sasha found the rock. So here it's next to a big lighter, which is often also used as a meta reference object for just for scale. But it's the exact rock that we kind of created for this, or almost similar to the rock that we created for the animation. and here it is at Postmasters for an IBeam kind of fundraiser, created a unique drop for IBeam. But yeah, so this is a project, and the last project, which is also on a similar island to the island that we're here on virtually, called Declimatize. So this was an invitation to participate in an art circuit on the Azores, and well, here it's us arriving, and Sasha, we've been driving around to kind of find kind of different kind of geologic layers and kind of find remnants of volcano outbreaks. So what you see here is like a good point there at the side of the road. The ground was just open, and you could see, so what you see here, what Sasha is taking a photo of, is basically volcanic ashes and the layer from a volcanic outbreak. And of course, there's a lot of lava, and like the boulders there are volcanic boulders. So in a way, kind of similar to the environment that we hear on virtually. So what we found fascinating when we learned about history of the Azores and San Miguel particularly was that it was a place that had these acclimatization gardens. So here is Jose do Canto, who was influential. He was like a collector of plants and of species, and he was really interested in this kind of Victorian idea of gardening, but then also in this an experimenter in ways that he was collecting plants and using the Azores and the island that he lived on as a laboratory to acclimatize plants, tropical plants from other places to grow in different climates. So island climates, of course, are different from continental climates, but then also on the Azores, you would have a very mild, almost like greenhouse conditions. So originally, what we learned from through conversation with Isabel Albagarria, was that, well, the original landscape of the Azores was the Laura Forest, and kind of the landscape from before the glacial period. But through these collectors like Jose de Canto, and he was like maybe the most influential, but he was curating these gardens. And of course, these species, they would not just stay in the garden. They would kind of take over and change the entire landscape of the island. So here is some clip. Oh, sorry. Playing very choppy. But we've been visiting, I better just show the slides than the photos. So then the video. so here it's us visiting these original gardens, the the Canto gardens, these acclimatization gardens, and so they have these like strange romantic elements built with like volcanic rocks, but then all sorts of plants. So we were kind of interested in kind of developing a public or an experiment, a garden experiment. So here's what you see is like, well, in the beginning of climate science, of course, building a model to understand, to kind of starting somewhere, like actually the world was like arranged in these stations and kind of through the lens of a grid, and the resolution, of course, today is much smaller, but in the beginning, like resolution was rather low. So we were really interested in this approach, and then we've been meeting with a couple of researchers and climate modelers and like ecologists and biologists who do research on islands and also on projections, and will create projections for different climate models. And then to see how it impacts potentially diversity and the species on these islands. So here is some of the research that we found and projections for 2100. So we were really interested in that, and then also through these conversations with the ecologists, we got referred to also these sites, the sites of, and also these nurseries. But the concept for us was really the framing, what we thought was intriguing, that yes, an island like the Azores or São Miguel on the Azores, like if we think about it as being unmoored to anthropogenic climate change, unmoored as like an island, this is how Sasha framed it, but as an ecosystem that is now set in motion, almost akin to a ghost ship. So thinking of these islands as like suddenly being in motion. And we've been visiting many nurseries there, exchanging with groups and different groups, also biodiversity kind of protection groups and so on, and they all had different missions. So some were there to protect a particular kind of habitat for an endangered bird species, but then also some were kind of fostering kind of native plant growth and to maintain the original image of the island, and so on. So for us, that was also a chance to partner with the public park and then build or develop a test site, a test garden. And this is us going through and learning about the different species, different grasses, and selecting plants that would do well in. So the framing is like we were picking plants, and we were picking native plants, not the invasive plants we were promoting. But we were picking plants that would potentially do well in these conditions in 2100, assuming we'll have drought periods, prolonged drought periods, and an increase in temperature and so on. So in these conditions, these native plants would thrive. And here's a kind of a little bit more of a for those who haven't been on the Azores, for you to like understand a little bit better where this is a satellite view of the garden, and here is kind of drone shot of the garden, and this video plays. I'll just let it play for a second. Cloud going over it. But yeah, this is a 5x5 meter installation that is there in the park in Porto Delgado. And yeah, the nice thing about it is it's like there's no technology, it's nothing, it's just a planted garden, and it can be there. Yes, from the city, we got the okay to just like, they're not going to move it. So it can be there until 2100. So, but what we were really interested in is like, well, we built this, or we planted this garden as this kind of projection of what could be in 2100, but also over time, it'll become this ruin of the model, and slowly, you can see Sasha actually down there operating the drone, kind of little dot maybe in the stream, but yes, the idea that over time, the model and will change and adapt, and of course to reality, it would be like a ruin of the model of sort, but then also become the reality. Here's us planting. Yeah, this is a fascinating plant that we tricked, the dragon blood plant, but like a dragon tree, but with many incredible properties, not just for paint, well, not just for using in like art making and painting, but also for medicinal purposes. But yeah, so this was the garden at the time that we left it, but then a year later, this is already like 2019, I think. This was a image that was shot right after Sasha passed away, but the garden is growing, which is nice to see. And here's a picture of Sasha, which is actually something I truly miss. There's an advantage of not like going to art circuits and gathering here and like saving a lot of carbon. But of course, it is a different experience of going to these places, being together, creating something very physical. But I want to stop here and hand off the baton.
Hi, everyone. It's Benjamin Bratton. Thanks, Chris, for that really amazing tour of some of the work you've had a chance to do with Sasha over the years. So let me first extend my thanks again to Stephanie and Callum, Arthur, and Matt for organizing this and having the opportunity to allowing me to have the opportunity to participate in it. I mean, you're all people that I've gotten to know, through different institutions where we've had a chance to work together. But also today, clearly, converging at this time because of our mutual love for Sasha. And I think part of what makes this day special in that sense is how much we're realizing that we know each other in many ways, met along the line or had the chance to work together only because Sasha made it so. And that's maybe the important thing to focus on today. So I prepared a few remarks on some of the work that I was able to do with Sasha at UCSD, and obviously something, a work that you wish you never would ever have to write. And this is certainly among those. But before I get into the work, I'd like to just say a few personal words of this. Sort of, I think maybe just sort of the first and last memory of time with him. The last time I saw Sasha was in Berlin, just a few days really before he had passed. He had come to a talk that I gave at the Volksbühne, and we hung out with a group of us way into the early hours, as he would always do, and later quite generously walked me to the train station, where he was radiating excitement and enthusiasm for an upcoming research trip to Mozambique that he was planning on doing with a group at UCSD that was arranged with Pascal Gagnon, who will speak later. And that's really that's the memory of him that is probably the one that I'll have have the chance to hold on to as the last one. It's a very happy one. Now, and one of the things it speaks to is that while he was at UCSD, he found his way, and it was impossible otherwise for him to not just be in art and design, but found his way to this interdisciplinary research program, CARTA, which looks at the scientific study of human origins, which is testament. There's lots of them today, but testament to the genuine curiosity that Sasha had, an intellectual and human curiosity that was really boundless. And also extend my thanks then to HKW for co-sponsoring this, because it was at a Transmediale event held there some years ago that I first approached Sasha with the idea of him coming to study with me in the PhD program at UCSD, and offered that he fortunately accepted. And so as we consider all the work that we had done with him together and the way in which our lives intersected, what I want to do is share a little bit of work that he was not able to complete. Something that he had been working on for a long time, that is his doctoral dissertation, a larger work that would have constituted a kind of Pohfleppian theory of design, and one in which he was locating many of the works that he had done with us, all of us along the line, within that model, and hopefully there's something that we can glean from this, and that is that Sasha was obviously a really extraordinarily wonderful person, but also a really important artist and researcher and thinker and writer in his own right. And I think to some extent maybe was a bit overlooked only because he was so generous with his ideas that he would sooner happily give them away to others than to claim them for himself. So this is a little bit part of why I want to try to remember and contribute as much of the conversation that I had with him over this while it's still fresh, and before my own my own fond memories of it distort it too much. So I'm writing a piece currently that is going through the dissertation perspectives, and it will hopefully try to render the idea with some justice. Try to render it properly. We talked about this. We talk about this pretty much every week for 2 years, and I just want to try to make sure that when I present this, I'm doing so based on what he had in mind, more than what I hope he had in mind. But I think for me, as for all of us, it's very hard to separate the person from the work. So I'll share what I know to be, what I think I know to be true, and apologies in advance for any distortions. They come from, if they're there, they come from a place of real admiration. So in this sort of meta Pohflepp project, he was working on what could be called a kind of design ontology, or an ontology of design. And for this, it was less the ontological turn in design that would lead to kind of multiversal perspectivalism. This was not this. It was more about how design would work in relation to, or design works regardless of its relation to any single point of view perspective, or it just means how it has always worked, deep into the history of Homo faber and human relationship to anthropogenesis and technogenesis, but also how it could be made to work in the future, and what I think he thought were some of the implications, cultural, aesthetic, and ethical implications of rethinking design and designation in this way. And in an essence, a lot of it comes down to how it is that systems come to know things, and how systems come to know things about themselves, and act back upon this process of recursion and contingency are really at the heart of it. Which is to say, he was extremely interested in design as a real phenomenon, worldly phenomenon, which is clearly not the same as being very interested in designers, which he was also, but not the same as being interested in designers as being the seat or author of that phenomenon in a way that would sort of quickly clarify cause and effect. His interest was more to problematize it and explore it in a different way than one that would see agency as just simply bound to a certain executive creative seat. It was, I think, something that agency, then design agency, the agency of design, something that is configured, disfigured in deliberately, what he called deliberately composable, discontiguous ways, spread out and discontiguous, but still composable in a way. And as has already been mentioned, one of his real interests was not only how that how systems come to know themselves works, but also how it doesn't work, and how it becomes the basis of a kind of self-deception, which as part of the story, not as necessarily as how the process goes wrong, but actually maybe as part of the process itself. So another way of thinking of this is that for Sasha, what we might call speculative design is, not a subgenre, but it's kind of the whole game, that prospection, cognitive prospection is design, and vice versa. The design is a faculty of the action, the materialization, manifestation of this prospection. So in ways that I think a lot of others will talk about today as well, it drew very much on the role of chance. Sasha was incredibly interested in chance, chance and randomness, not the same thing, but it is part of the way in which we might sort of set conditions in motion, not as the author of them, but more as the convener of them, and to focus on and to allow for and to foreground the role of chance in that convening as part of the process and part of our relation to the process. Which for him, in terms of that relation, I always thought of as something that really was respectful of play, respectful of the role of play in how it not just as a type of structuring of systems, but as a kind of disposition toward them, to find things to be playful, to imagine them as being playful, and to engage them on those terms. Now, this I think is a little bit different in a way than to the way in which design, I think, as he saw it, the ways in which design is quite logically and appropriately in many cases methodologically focused on a kind of fixing of prefiguration. That sort of constructing of a model and a conception of an outcome in advance, and then structuring design to mimic that prefiguration, that the successfulness of the outcome is based on the successfulness of that pre-idea. And I think this is and as I'll indicate, this is a little bit of what his dissertation was asking us to think otherwise. So that, I think as he saw it, so that things don't repeat themselves quite so much. Another way of sort of entering into this was, again, to this question of the position of the designer, which I think for him, it was very much thinking of all humans as designers, and that the very condition of being human is one of being a designer and being part of this collective and individual forms of prospection and making. But if so, then that position of the designer is not only the one that causes these weird processes to ensue, but is herself an effect and an outcome of them as well. So let me then specify a little bit what he called non-rational design or post-rational design, which was in the title, or really the kind of key idea of this work. And I'll draw a little bit of my summary of some primary ideas in his prospectus and many of the work that he had already developed for this. First, let me say that as he meant it, the term post-rational design or not rational design doesn't necessarily mean what it sounds like. For him, it didn't really mean design by intuition or improvisation or personal feel or an otherwise way in which a grounded person is possessed by irrational spirits that would give place to some kind of mystical functionlessness of it all. I'm not sure that he would. I don't think that he would necessarily dismiss that at all. But what he had in mind was something different, a different kind of trained mindlessness, I suppose. Now, and I'll explain. I think what he meant. He picked up the term post-rational design from, as the way he told the stories, I recall, from a lab scientist who was applying machine learning techniques to synthetic biology for drug discovery applications, for example, who used this term to describe a methodology for setting up experiments in pursuit of the design of useful molecules. And how much of this is the exact precise story, and how much is apocryphal, and how this relates specifically to his time in that lab. Christina will speak to a little bit later, I hope, because that lab was at Ginkgo Bioworks, where he was extraordinarily excited to have the opportunity to be and to do some work. Now, by contrast, the way he writes about this is that there's sort of a normal method for setting up and staging elaborate experiments that is a bit like, you might think of kind of a precise Rube Goldberg relay that is an attempt to get a specific outcome in the image of an initial personal intention. That would be the contrast, what he's sort of contrasting with. The quote rationality in that is then the deliberate deduction or induction on the part of the scientist or designer to try to contain and control and ensure the process reaches a very specific outcome. And so, borrowing from the language of theology and some of the work of Delanda and others, Sasha called this hylomorphic design. Hylomorphic design, which is an idea that originally is used to describe the world having been created with a capital C by an intentional God, but subsequently is used to mean any kind of design that is in the image of a pre-given intentional form. Now, by contrast, post-rational design is a process by which machine learning systems, for example, Doesn't have to have anything to do with AI necessarily, but machine learning systems would run many more experiments in different structures, multiple experiments, not one, but dozens and dozens, and look for patterns in the many outcomes. And so for this, in this case, a scientist, but anyone, the artist, the designer, the researcher may know what they want in terms of some characteristics of the result, but have no idea how to get to the result. And so set up an array of possibilities in this way in the world, an externalization of the prospection function, if you like, of the cognitive prospection function. So in Sasha's way of telling it, they may not know, they also may not know the intended, what even the intended result is until it happens. And so it's both, I will know it when I see it, but it's also, I will see it when I know it. And for this method, if you think of it that way, they don't necessarily have to know in advance. And is another way, think of that the process works in practice, but not necessarily in theory. And so what I think Sasha was trying to get at was what would be the theory that would be needed to actually appreciate this. So one of the ways in which he would describe this was along the lines of the automation of a kind of trial and error. And in this particular example, plus the trained artificial neural networks that can in some way make sense ultimately in their accumulation and their comparison of the results. So, and again, I'm speaking of this not just as a methodology, but more as a kind of, at least the way he was positing it, as a kind of more general theory of design. So, but in terms of methodology, then variation within all of these arrangements, all of these possibilities, all said, comes from diverse initial state conditions and all kind of gradient array of different differential interventions in the forms that would provide different outcomes. And so, in that sense, at least, what looks like pure chance is also, could also be seen as, at a more granular level, of multiple micro-deterministic paths. But importantly, they're ones over which the designer is not the determiner of those. So, so Sasha talked a lot about how this would move the designer out of the driver's seat, so to speak, and again, let the process work a little bit more like in the way he wrote about it, in terms of a little more like natural selection. It is a kind of Darwinian, localized Darwinism on fast forward as a method. And so in that regard, his interest and inspiration from anthropogeny and in the study of the long-term evolution of human cognition and human culture in relationship to these forms of active intelligence and the evolutionary origins of human culture more generally, that he did with Pascal Gagnon, who will speak later, also at UCSD, it's not supplemental to his thinking. It was not an additional interdisciplinary adventure to the side of his primary work. I think it really was quite central to the theory that he was trying to develop. So, in other words, the way he puts it, and I'll quote from the perspectives. Quote, yet by entering into a collaborative relationship with organisms that are subject to inhuman factors, such as the randomness of Darwinian evolution, or which operate at vastly different scales and timeframes, a human designer must invariably yield part of her command over the creative process, unquote. So if we were to take a step back and look at that whole laboratory where these organisms are being manipulated in this way by the automated machinery and this artificial landscape of experimental machinery. all of which is being at the same time in different ways and in very specific ways interpreted by forms of AI in order to produce different organisms. The whole machine, as he liked to describe it, this entire apparatus is something like matter making matter. It's less about the human creating this than the human setting up conditions by which some forms of matter in the world are asked to make prospective abstractions about other forms of matter in the world, which then leads to the production of a kind of matter that wouldn't have, such as a medicine, for example, that wouldn't have existed otherwise. So humans obviously have an irreducibly important role in all of this, but it's a bit decentered, just like outside the laboratory. And so lots of different, and then from this process, lots of different outcomes are sorted. And then for and then like for natural selection, none is intrinsically better than another, even if one or more is finally selected and then asked to replicate, in the case of a new medicine, for example. I'm going to stop there, and so that we can hear from as many of Sasha's friends and collaborators as we can today. And I really very much look forward to hearing everyone today. Let me just close by suffice to say that in all the ways that our lives have been made better by knowing Sasha, a small part of them will be made a bit poorer for not being able to having read his sort of definitive statement about himself and his works in the Pohfleppian design theory that would have come from this one particular document. But I think even so, this doesn't really diminish the impact that his generous ideas and interactions will continue to have with us and through us all. So with that, thank you for letting me share some of this with you today.
Hi, I'm Christina Gapakis. Thank you so much to everybody, or the organizers, for putting this on and for inviting me. And thank you so much to Benjamin for such a thoughtful and description analysis of all of Sasha's work on this post-rational idea, post-rational design. I wanted to start with a little bit of a story, but then I'd love to have it be a little bit conversational. Because I met Sasha, probably, I don't know exactly, I don't remember specifically what it was. I think it was some synthetic biology conference that I met Sasha. And I do remember sort of being in the midst of really like an existential crisis of faith as a synthetic biologist. And as a synthetic biologist who was sort of starting to have similar questions to what Sasha was asking, right? Like synthetic biologists, like we are obsessed with rationalizing biology and making it understandable and engineerable. We want it to be programmable, like you program a computer, you type it something and something happens. But biology like resists that, right? And in fact, like the practice of being a synthetic biologist, of being in the lab, like resists it completely. And there is this sort of mismatch between the sort of myth and the drive and the story that we often tell and the reality on the ground. And I think that like in the middle of that, like Sasha comes with like this joy and curiosity. It's like, why is it like that? Like, why are we saying it this way, right? And like, could it be different? And I really like, I just found that so interesting. And so, and it really did sort of change and shape my career, like being able to talk to Sasha and so many of the people on this call, or it's not Zoom, it's all the speakers here, everybody who's kind of part of this community and asking those questions, right? Like, okay, you're saying you're gonna design biology, like what does that really mean, right? And so, our paths crossed like many times over the next 10 years. And yes, Sasha came to, we hosted a party to launch the opening of one of our automated lab facilities. And so we had people, scientists giving tours to folks who were in the guests. And so Sasha was there. I remember like bumping into him in the little crowded hallway that we had for like where the bar was right outside the lab. And yeah, you know, it was same as always, right? Like, talking a mile a minute about all these different things. And I remember he had gotten a tour from one of our DNA designers. And he was just like, couldn't stop thinking about like how they were saying like, we use these robots because we actually don't know the answer. We actually have to do so many experiments. We have to kind of, create these conditions to be able to sort of experiment. And so I guess, and then he came back to visit Ginkgo and spent a few weeks kind of doing field work really and talking, and I would sort of like bring him to the lab and like introduce him to different people, whether they're other kind of people on the DNA design team, like high throughput strain engineers, fermentation engineers, and sort of like let him loose. And yeah, he brought that kind of same curiosity and all of these questions. And I think really like impacted everybody that he talked to in the lab, and the way that we are always thinking about it, because like we're like, as we're building the lab, like also kind of like making a theory of it too. And there's this sort of like vernacular theory. But I guess like what I thought could be interesting to talk to was like, like why do we have that sort of like mismatch almost in the story, right? And like where, you know, and why is it so like uncomfortable, and why, maybe like why do we need people like Sasha to sort of like point it out to us and sort of like make that uncomfortableness about uncertainty like more joyful, right? Like all the engineers, we want to make it make it understandable, or else we're uncomfortable. But I think we can also find like joy and like surprise in the vitality and randomness of biology. So I don't know. That's not really a question, but a place to start a conversation, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I thank you for that. And while you're telling the story, it is extremely easy to imagine exactly, you know, him having these conversations and being in those hallways, and the excitedness of his voice and his face as being part of these conversations. I just to say is that, you know, we'd had these conversations around many of these topics for quite some time. And then when he came back from that visit, he had the same kind of, I've got it, you know, the same kind of like eureka moment, like that took with him for a long time. Like, I think he really felt like there was something that he discovered there, or something really fell together, like the pieces, the Tetris blocks all kind of came together in a way in his mind in that kind of conversation. You know, and I think part of it is that he was, you know, it actually like goes to that embrace of contingency and that you are speaking to, that he was able to do that. Like that's part of how he approached these questions in such a way that he was able to make that discovery. He is able to see those patterns in the big picture because of the way he thought through it. So the fact that he could sort of see an image of his own thought in this process, that he could sort of point to this process and use it as a way to further that thinking and a way to further that theorization, is something I think is part of what made him special and made his approach to these things something that's really important. I mean, well, you know, there's many of the other speakers today who obviously collaborated with Sasha on some of his exploratory work within synthetic biology that goes back years, and this question of, you know, not just how do we make biology, how do we design it, but just what it is, and how do we think ourselves as that? What is it, you know, and I think this is part of the anthropogeny part of it, is like, how do we think of ourselves as biological creatures, biological objects, not just subjects, that to the extent that it's possible to recompose biology outside of us, that means it's also possible to recompose ourselves as biology. And that I think was part of the ethical pursuit that he was looking at. Is like, this has everything to do not just with how we make medicines, but how we remake ourselves.
I wanted to sort of also think about, or like, I'm curious, or I want to talk about more too, like, I think, again, like as a synthetic biologist, it is always, there's a lot of computer scientists, there's a lot of engineers, sort of look at biology and sort of like look at it through the frame of computers, and that kind of like that perspective, right? Rather than sort of like looking at biology for its own sake, or like as its own sort of phenomenon. And so I'm very interested, or I'm kind of curious, especially, like you and your work also in sort of like computational paradigms and thinking, like, how might synthetic biology and kind of thinking like this, a post-rational approach to engineering, like also kind of like feed back into how we think about biology, right? Like, I mean, there's gonna be people talking about cybernetics. You talked about this idea of like, the agents, the kind of back and forth. There are these kinds of concepts from biology, intelligence, that come back into computer science, right? And learning, right? And so how could biology and these kinds of concepts like actually shape our ways of thinking about technology, engineering, and computers?
Exactly. No, I agree with this. So like, a part of the problem that Sasha and others are sort of pointing at is the way in which there become epistemological frameworks drawn from theory of computation that then become projected upon biology in such a way that biology is only allowed to operate to the extent to which it will perform according to the demands that computation makes upon it, to force biology to become computational perhaps against its will, in a way. I think what he was looking at and what he saw was, as you point to, a kind of inversion of that process, by which it's possible to think about, or he was emphasizing the possibility of thinking about computation through the lens of biology, of thinking about computation through the kinds of dynamics, vernaculars, understandings, processes, contingencies, messiness, that biology is. And that if we're to think about the designability of biology for different purposes, then there has to be some relationship between programmability and the subject matter. But what programmability is, and how programmability is configured in the image of its subject matter rather than the other way around, is, I think, what he was really trying to get at. And I think what he saw in this more open experimental method of a kind of groping and searching without a specific controllable direction, but there's a kind of groping and searching function where he saw a laboratory that looked alive to him, I think is more of it, where it looked like this is a laboratory that is itself not just studying biology, but it is itself in a way a kind of expression of biological functions and processes itself might look like. And I think that's something that he found very exciting.
That's cool. We do joke. So yeah, we named the labs sort of chronologically. So Sasha came to the Bioworks 2 launch party. We joke how like Bioworks 37 will be like alive itself. It's gonna be like have skin on the walls, and like you come in and it'll be really living.
No, I think that's it. Like the idea of the, this is matter making matter, like life making life, rather than this way. I think that was something
I can't help but think also, in having to even sort of like articulate this as a different way of doing design, and to sort of like have to come to terms with being like out of control of the final product, that we do culturally like ascribe value to like the ability to control, right? And we kind of put that above things that are out of our control. And there's also, I think, like a gendered component to it, right? So like raising a child, like out of control. You can only set the bits and then they go off and do whatever they want, right? Cooking or like fermentation or gardening or these kinds of processes, right? Like healing even, right? Like, a doctor will sew up your scar, like they're not making it, right? They're not controlling it. Like they're setting the place in which your body will heal.
We'll do that.
And all of these things that are truly like mind-blowingly spectacular phenomena, but we do kind of like put them, they're not kind of as like it's not rocket science. Right? Like there is something about sort of control and precision and engineering that we put sort of like at a higher value. And so I also like would hope that a result of work like this and a legacy that I would love here would be to sort of like kind of change the balance there, the balance of power about what like these processes of growth and biological things, learning, development, like evolution, randomness, like can also be can be sort of elevated in our kind of cultural understanding. Okay.
Yeah, I do too. I agree. I very much agree. Everything you're sort of suggesting here. Besides the obvious point of like, in some cases, some forms of design you really do want to be predictable. Airplanes are helpful the more predictable they are in the repetition of their function. But more generally, and this is why he characterized this, I think, as a kind of design theory in way as well, is that. It's both the kind of approach to the method by which humans would set in motion the process to act upon the world and transform the world and reproduce the world according to our most noble faculties of abstraction and aesthetics and need, in some sort of way. And I think a sense from him that in a way, this more open process, more gardening-like process that you're talking about is one that in the long run is actually works better. It actually is more, it's not just that it's more beautiful, but that it actually works better, even if there's obvious trade-offs in the short term, in terms of not being able to, get something and not something bend something immediately. But also, I think there's again to the part of why I think he thinks of the most theoretical is the way in which this process is not only an application of our intelligence to the design process, it's a way that the design process contributes to our intelligence. That's a way in which that we actually, there's some technologies that have their main function is that they allow us to instrumental, that we can work on the world differently than we did before. And there's other kinds of technologies that their real social function is epistemological, that we actually understand how the world works differently because we see it through the lens of this technology. And I think Sasha very much saw what we call synthetic biology and biotechnology as an epistemological technology, not just an instrumental one.
I love that. And I feel so. I think I'm sensitive to time. I know we're late according to the calendar, and so that feels like a good place to stop. Unless you have any final.
No, I don't. I'd love to. I mean, it would. If you have any last words on this in terms of to answer, maybe give you opportunity to answer some of your questions. Like, what do you think is what's the prospect of this for this kind of thinking within within platforms, within biotechnology more generally, and to the extent, what he was seeing is that part of the ML revolution, the AI revolution in the way in which science works was shifting things towards other kinds of bottom-up methodologies that inevitably will, that works in practice and doesn't yet work in theory. Do you see there's a way in which that this will play itself out that will alter some of the conceits that you pointed to earlier on?
I hope so. So I guess I can say, like, I think again, that same tension sort of like exists within like my everyday reality, right? Like, I think I do still use and like need that story of programming cells the way you program computers to like make it sort of like just to open the door to like start the conversation to help people understand biology or like the impact of this technology. But then you have to sort of like, okay, well, here's how it really works, right? Like it is sort of something where we start on both sides and kind of meet in the middle, right? Like, so that those DNA designers who talked to Sasha at that party, like they look, we scan like all of biology and say like, well, how did evolution do this, right? Like randomness and selection like already solved this problem in many different organisms in many different ways. Let's like just take all of those and like put them in ours and see what works better. and we just try all of them. And then on the other side, we actually have a team that does that says, okay, I'm gonna like now create the like very precise conditions of selection and like run my own little evolution experiment like in the lab right here. And we kind of like run those at the same time. Did you say like to discover a strain that makes the most of a particular medicine or a particular molecule or something, a function that it has, right? And so I think we're still, I think we don't know yet, like, or where I'm most excited or like most kind of optimistic about the like longer term future here is I don't think we yet know like what might be possible to make. I think we are still like, okay, I know I can make this molecule, or like these molecules are makeable by biology. Like I need to optimize it for like economic reasons, and I do all of these things. But we can't like we also need like that space, like as you're saying, that kind of like back on our own intelligence. What can biology truly be able to do? Like what are all of those possibilities open to us? Not just make the stuff we already know how to make differently, but actually like something that's transformative. That's what I am sort of looking forward to.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Christina. Thanks. Look forward to continuing this. I absolutely lovely and perfect conclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about Growth Assembly, which is a project that Sasha and I made together in 2009 as our graduation project, one of our graduation projects from Design Interactions at the RCA. And it's so wonderful to be here this evening with everyone. I wish you were all together. And it just reminds me, hearing all these stories of Sasha's mind and sense of humor, that what I sort of loved most about him was his playfulness. And I found this email when I was looking through my emails today of something he sent me when we just first met in our first term at the RCA. And I love the line here that there's something nicely intellectual about it. I can't remember what we were writing to each other about. And then over the Christmas holidays, he sent me this chain of emails, which I dug up today as well. And this was really just the sort of preamble to him coming back to the RCA to tell me about something that he'd learned about over the Christmas holidays, which was, of course, synthetic biology. And that is true of so much of Sasha's, that he shared ideas and facts and friends and stories with us all. And he introduced me to the field of synthetic biology. And so a year later, I think we've been watching Soylent Green together, which is a classic 1970s dystopian thriller that was in the Design Interactions video library. And we were both really somehow made this connection between the story of this sort of future where resources were so scarce that things like knives and forks had become the most special items. And we started to link it with this story of synthetic biology and thinking about how a technology might come into being as a result of scarcity, would be forced to kind of progress much faster. And I think, it's particularly interesting this year as well with all the developments we've seen around vaccines. And around that time, I'd also started emailing with Jim Hasselhoff at the University of Cambridge, who is a plant scientist. And I'd gone up to visit Jim in his lab, and he started sort of talking to me about his work in plant biology and how this connected with synthetic biology. And he said something to me about his work with the way that cells differentiate and become different things in plants. And he said, one day we might grow products inside plants. And I went back to the RCA and told Sasha about this thing that Jim had said. And, so willfully, we decided to misunderstand it and think about how cells differentiating might actually lead to a way that you could control the growth of plants. And we started to piece it together with this story of a future where this becomes impossible, the sort of shipping of goods around the world. And a fossil fuel crisis would force a technology like synthetic biology to radically change our behaviors. I started digging out the process, and I wanted to sort of talk today about how the process of this project worked, because it's just such a lovely reminder of how these sort of conversations that we got to have. So in February of 2009, we were thinking about Grow Corp, seeds and amateurs, about criminals building 3D scaffolds to sort of create these gardens of the future where somehow synthetic biology was growing products. And this was the beginning of Growth Assembly and the Garden of Objects. And we decided that we were going to work with an illustrator to actually bring this project to fruition. And it sort of pairs really nicely with the introduction we just heard from Christina about Sasha's reaction to Ginkgo Bioworks, because we decided we'd put ourselves in the position of a designer of the future who's designing plants to create objects and products. And so we would be, we start to reflect on what is the position of this person who's actually creating industrial objects from plants. So we decided to put out an advert for someone to help us. If we were the designers, who would the draftsman be? And we put an advert out on the RCA intranet. And we started to really think about, well, what is the language that we would draw, and how do we start to piece together all our different sort of interests about what and ideas about what a garden of objects might look like. And we were referencing things like Ernst Haeckel, and the Codex Seraphinianus, and starting to think about some mechanical parts. And this was the brief that we sent out. And I found also this little note that I'd sent to Fiona Raby, who was our tutor. And I was very proud that I'd gone back to Jim Hasselhoff and said, well, if we wanted to actually grow products inside plants, so not just molecular products like chemicals, could we actually control the growth of a plant in this way? And Jim said, well, yes, the text that you're writing doesn't sound unreasonable. And I obviously found this incredibly exciting at the time. And so it was actually when we sent this out, this brief to illustrators who responded at the RCA, Sean Ap Thomas, who is an illustrator, responded. And we asked him to draw a plant from the future. And this sketch I found is his original response to that. And Sasha and I then, we started to think, well, what is this product that we're going to use to demonstrate a future system? And with some nudging from Fiona, we ended up deciding that the test product for this future would be a herbicide sprayer. So we imagine a future where industrial products are grown inside plants, a common object would become a herbicide sprayer, because you'd need to control and protect this delicate new nature, this engineered industrial nature, from the existing nature, which had already evolved to protect itself. So we decided that we would just sort of show the like a technical drawing of this plant to Sean, and then see how he responded to this brief. And I found this lovely photograph from the art bar at the RCA, one of our sessions with Sean, where we were going back and forth on what this thing might look like. And these are some of his drawings, and it was this amazing, exciting process where we were able to work with Sean to sort of try and decide, well, what do these machines look like? How would you represent them? And how do we start to imagine how they might grow? So again, this is some of Sean's sketch work. And the end result was growth assembly, which we showed at the Design Interactions show. And this was the finished work. And the piece is a product grown in 7 different parts, and the components would be harvested and then assembled to construct the final object. So we had so much fun sort of working through this. This is the herbicide gourd, and it would be like a melon, and its juice is the herbicide, and the user would sort of put their arm through it and squeeze it to squeeze out the herbicide. We then needed a spike that would pierce this herbicide gourd, and this would sort of grow inside a shell similar to a walnut. And then so this is the spike. The previous one was this connector part. So we started to have to solve all these different problems, going back to Jim Hasselhoff saying, is this too much? Can you imagine this future? We had nozzles that were grown inside fruits related to the tomatoes. And I just wanted to show a little bit more of Sean's amazing illustration work. This was the flexi cable, which is a creeper, and gravity would drag it downwards as it grows. And the handles are tough woody roots that take advantage of gravity to increase their length. And the tubes that carry the plant poison are long, sort of hollow-like roots, and there would be a tank at the bottom that would be constantly being drawn down to increase their length. And this is the final product, grown, harvested, and assembled. We imagined a future where diversity and softness would be introduced into this realm that was once dominated by hardness and heavy industrial standards. And of course, because I was working with Sasha, we ended up looking at NASA and thinking about this future where shops evolve into factory farms and products are grown in these sort of huge industrial greenhouses. And we no longer need to ship anything, because only seeds would need to be shipped, because all the manufacturing instructions would be encoded in their DNA. And this project for me was really a start of a whole kind of set of working methods where we would take work back to scientists and show it to them and inspire conversations. And Jim Hasselhoff and his lab and people like Fernand Federici, I think were really sort of, their direction was changed in some ways. They started to think about how we might actually grow products inside plants through cell division. And as was mentioned at the beginning of the evening, I'm so delighted that the piece has been bought by the Art Institute of Chicago, which is helping us to begin this sort of legacy for Sasha's work. So from the spring, hopefully we might be able to see it there, as it's now part of the permanent collection. So thank you to Zoe Ryan and the team there for making that happen. And this is a photo from that show. And again, I just wanted to highlight Sasha's playfulness and collaborative nature of this photograph. So thank you so much, everyone, for making this event possible and for continuing his legacy.
Hey everyone. Thanks to you all for coming, everyone who's out there. And just want to start by saying thank you so much to the organizers and everyone at Trust who's helped out with the project, and the designers as well. But especially, the main sort of 3 organizers here have been Steph, Chris, and Lindsay. And I've been lucky enough to be involved, also helping out to organize this project, but they've been working on it even longer than me for most of the last year. And they've put in, I've seen just the incredible amount of effort that they've put in. And it's been, yeah, just an inspiration to work with them on this, putting together this project for Sasha, and just their enthusiasm for sharing Sasha's ideas and connecting his network has been just really awesome to see, and has made it a lot of fun. And thanks also to Benjamin for that really clear overview of Sasha's recent thinking and work. I think it provides a really good framework for this piece, which I'll talk about in a second. As many of you probably know, I had myself and Alessia, our other collaborator, Alessia Negretti, we ended up having the privilege, this sort of very tragic privilege and honor of working on Sasha's last project. And we ended up having to finish the project sort of right after we lost Sasha, just in the final weeks of project development. And so I'll try to, in this talk, I'm just going to try to go through sort of an overview of the development process. I thought, since we're kind of among friends here, that, yeah, it could be nice to just dip back into some of our research documents and our Slack chat, so that people can see kind of how the project developed over just a few months, about, I guess, four months of work in total, and how much really changed over the course of that time. So I'm going to go ahead and okay, so I'm going to start with so this the site that's up right now. You can find the link in the project sort of archive document on the platform. But there's currently a web-based version of the piece up on the Garage Museum digital website, Garage Digital, and you can interact with the piece here. If you do go to this link, I should mention that you can actually navigate through the space with the arrow keys on the keyboard. They don't really explicitly say that in the interface here. But yeah, I should start by mentioning that the piece was originally commissioned from Sasha by the Garage Museum in Moscow, and I will sort of start the background discussion by talking about Sasha's research that sort of inspired the piece. The Garage commissioned Sasha to do a short research project about this museum in Moscow called the Darwin Museum, which is a sort of very unique institution from, I guess, early 20th century, a museum completely devoted to the study of evolution in Moscow. And Sasha was, from the very beginning, really intrigued by the approach of this Darwin Museum, in particular, how the museum really focused on the relationship between the environment and the organism, and how it really highlighted the role of the environment and the ecology in terms of shaping organismal biology, behavior, things like color, pattern, camouflage, etc. And so I guess this is one of the main sort of highlights of the museum, is that there's a series of paintings, very detailed paintings that represent different landscapes or biomes. And then there's a real emphasis on connecting, that how the environment shapes organism, how the environment shapes behavior. And so that was sort of, I think, the jumping off point for the piece in in many ways, and it's nice because I think this really connects back to a lot of what Benjamin was speaking to, and also what Christina was getting at. And I found that there's one really cool quote that I found in our research document, which I think I wrote at some point. We're talking about what's the role of the world in terms of shaping the behavior of the agents and in shaping the sort of what's the role of evolution and natural selection in shaping agent behaviors. And I wrote the quote, "What does the world want?" And Sasha off to the side in a comment said, "I like this question." And I think from the beginning, we both sort of agreed on this idea of like the world being a designer in some way, or the forces of evolution shaping behaviors and whatnot. So I don't know if I can find that exact quote. I did have it at some point pulled up here, but now I'm getting overwhelmed. So from there, I sort of started a series of research documents. I think this was the main one, focused on different kinds of simulation approaches to shaping agent behaviors and sort of artificial evolution. And one of the early examples of this that I think we all really liked, and sort of course, this is a pretty canonical example of these types of models, but Carl Sims' Evolved Creatures. And this is so impressive, the fact that this work is from 1994, and it's still sort of such relevant questions and such relevant techniques. And so I think from the beginning, we're all really intrigued by like these aesthetics of these sort of early evolutionary simulations, early 3D evolutionary simulations. And then, of course, we have some like more updated versions of these, some recent work from DeepMind, which I love this tweet. I don't know this person directly, but about this this being a metaphor for grad school. And just I'll show one last example that I think we all really got a kick out of, which is these soft robotic simulations using novelty search in the context of space exploration. Okay, and from that point, I should mention that in terms of the project credits, it's really my collaborator, Alessia Negretti, who did the majority of the heavy lifting in terms of programming and development on the Unity development side. And it was really just due to her diligence and her expertise that we were able to complete this project in a very short time in the end. Sorry, I'm just going to jump to the Slack chat now, because I think that's where you can really get a sense of the early stages of the project development. And there we go. Cool. So I just started scrolling back in our Slack chat, and this is, I think, around the first point where you begin to see some form of like a 3D model, 3D environment coming together. And I'll show you where the project was at this point. And so this was May. This is like middle of May, which is basically about 1 month before the finished product was completed. So you can see how far it came in that short time. And again, that's really due to the work of Alessia more than anything. But yeah, I guess it's sort of hard to show because this document is so linear. But I just wanted to emphasize the sort of deeply collaborative nature of the project and of working with Sasha. You know, I've worked with many different collaborators across disciplines in the art world, science world, architecture, and I've just never had the experience of working with anyone like Sasha, who just made you feel like such an integral part of the team and just valued everyone's contributions so much and was just so gracious with his time and with his ideas. And I just felt like every meeting that we had, every time I got the opportunity to chat with him about anything, or, you know, I was bringing some ideas to the table, but you always left any meeting or discussion with Sasha like feeling like I learned so much and just left excited about new ideas and new possibilities for this project or for other projects, future projects. And so, yeah, these research documents to me are super valuable in that sense, because in the end, you know, there's so many thousands of different directions that we could have gone with this project, and things that we didn't quite get to do, but I really value these as a kind of an archive of those potentials. And I'm also happy to share these documents with anyone else out there, any other friends or collaborators of Sasha who would like to see more of these details. And ultimately, at some point, it would be really nice to hopefully compile these into some kind of a publication, a book or something, so people can get a better sense of Sasha's working process, which I was hoping to do here, but it's actually quite difficult. My apologies. So this is, I guess, the next sort of level of iteration, maybe 1 week later. At this point, Alessia was really just trying to get the basic dynamics working in terms of these agents growing out of some central point. And I didn't show this research document, but a lot of this work in terms of the main dynamics of how the agents are growing and aggregating came from our research into models of coral growth. And that was also based on some of my previous work, my previous research. Yeah, my apologies. It was not quite as slow to scroll through this the first time we tested it, but it seems to be lagging quite a bit now. Okay, so at this point, Alessia was able to get 5 of these different agent types working together in the Unity model. And I should mention that she was using this ML agents toolkit in Unity to train these initial agent types using reinforcement learning to seek these resource particles in the world. And so ultimately, for me, one of the most interesting contributions of this work, of this project, in addition to the sort of artistic aesthetic properties, is that it was a really interesting way to explore the relationship between reinforcement learning and the genetic algorithm. So there's basically 2 different levels of algorithm working in this project. And I'm just going to try to show one more example, and then I'll quickly flip to the algorithm description for those that are interested. Let's speak about decay tomorrow. Okay, sorry that this is much slower than I thought it would be. I'm just going to flip over to the algorithm description, and then I'll wrap it up there. So essentially, again, the algorithm is broken down into two components. In the first component, using reinforcement learning with the ML agents toolkit in Unity, at every time step, agents are being trained to observe the environment and then record if there's any resource particle within some radius of these different angles that we defined as the basic sort of branching structure. And agents are rewarded every time they get closer to or collect resource. And then we have this, so you can think about that as just a very basic like learning process. And then at a higher level, we implemented a genetic algorithm, which is then selecting for the best performing agents in the population. And to me, yeah, that's sort of the most interesting conceptual contribution of this work is thinking about how the process of natural selection in evolution is sort of functionally can be considered pretty similar to the process of reinforcement learning. And there's a really good resource on this for anyone who's interested. This is a book by Leslie Valiant called Probably Approximately Correct, which gets into this relationship. And okay, I thought I would be able to get to a bit more, but I'm running short on time now, so I'm going to wrap it up. And thank you all for listening. Feel free to ping me with any questions or further discussions. Thanks.
Chance encounters of life. Atlantis, an island in the North Atlantic from centuries ago, a place full of remarkable people submerged somewhere beneath the waves in an unexpected disaster. Ascension, an island in the South Atlantic, 1,000 miles from anywhere, a place once upon a time a barren windswept rock that, in the time since Darwin's visit in 1836, has since been transformed into having a temperate cloud forest, composed of life in no small part brought by humans from elsewhere. A mongrel biome of perchance and possibility. Azores, a set of islands of the Atlantic whose names belie their identities. Pico, for the tall, peaked volcano. Flores, and covered in hydrangeas of every hue of blue. Horta, the city named after the garden in the middle of the sea. And then there is the urban park in the capital city at the center of it all, where Sasha and Chris planted a declimatization garden for an uncertain future of rising temperatures and rising Atlantic seas. Serendipitously running into Sasha in the summer of 2019, during an installation of that project in the middle of the ocean, was one of those chance encounters of life, one of those happenstance events where the utter contingency of life intersects with the perfectly obvious. Of course, I would run into Sasha, not only in Berlin and in Boston, but at a very midway point between them, without either of us even having ever made a plan. Sasha had a unique way of bending the space-time continuum. I met him at a synthetic biology conference in Stanford. I invited him to a party in Manhattan. I met up for pizza with him in Kreuzberg. His missives would arrive unbidden from a rooftop in Brooklyn, from a birthday party at a petting zoo, or at a parade in rural Ohio, and sometimes while he was waiting for a connecting flight in Iceland. He was terribly disappointed when he couldn't join me at the Very Large Array, or at Walter J. Maria's The Lightning Field here in New Mexico. But then again, Sasha never struck the same place in my life twice. It was in 2013 that Sasha first asked me if I knew of, quote, any scholars or other knowledgeable types who could trace that fine line between madness and entrepreneurialism, being a visionary and being a complete nutcase. Historians of science, innovation, etc., he asked. A few months later, he wrote to me in wonder and urgency about the idea of the whole Earth as a kind of kit build and other strange paradoxes, he said. So let's please talk about that, 2 exclamation points. Some years later, as I offered some retro futures envisioned by Ecke Wagner, the margarine maker, Sasha followed up with the realization, as he wrote to me, that weirdly, Wagner makes trust-free margarine, which is the exact same term that is now reoccurring in the blockchain context, he said, the raison d'etre of smart contracts of any kind. Ah, history. Sasha and I explored each other's worlds as best we knew how. I learned about speculative aesthetics, he learned about my archival discoveries, and I shared archaic stories of old forms of astrobotany and the efforts by a astronomer to construct an astrobotany garden next to an observatory somewhere in Kazakhstan, showcasing how environmental pressures might affect Martian evolution and how we could know through spectroscopy that all vegetation on Mars must be blue. These compositions of horticultural speculations piercing through the heavens and through time were one way to imagine how the evolution of life on Earth might contain clues for the evolution of life elsewhere. In January of 1908, a writer for Harper's Magazine, on vacation in the Azores, described a bush that remained only in narrow stands and that sheep used as protection against the terrific winter winds. Seen from a distance, the author wrote, similar markings might be very readily produced artificially on Mars, referring to images of Mars already circulating widely at the time. Imagine that the whole surface of the planet was originally covered with some form of bush or tree, which in the northern equatorial regions has now been largely destroyed, he wrote. Its continued presence in the southern regions would account for the so-called seas, while narrow, more or less continuous strips of it would account for the canals. Mars. Sasha taught Martians, and he taught me. It was easy to talk with him about how the relations between environment and organism confronted both traditional and newly techno-mediated conservation efforts with new ways of thinking that went beyond the practices of preservation or restoration, that we needed to ascend to new ways of thinking about these kinds of care. Ascension Island. Discovered by João de Nova in 1501 and rediscovered 2 years later by Alphonse d'Albuquerque, and even more recently by NASA, the island's flora is half wild and half introduced. 4,000 species of plants, who though many are common elsewhere, come together in a unique conglomeration, like the Sashaverse here today. This unique mongrelization of possibilities, terrestrial terraforming of a very real island with a manifestly artificial, yet totally functioning ecology, spawned not only new niches, but new descendants. The science fiction author, Kim Stanley Robinson, in his book 2312, envisioned a universe full of asteroids composed of composite biomes, which he called ascensions. Astrobotanical gardens in Kazakhstan, bringing Mars to Earth, were now re-envisioned as terrestrial ascensions, bringing new combinations of earthly life into the asteroid belt. New islands in the sky, inverted Atlantises, high above the waves instead of submerged. We see both patterns and uniqueness in the evolutionary record. And as we engage in experimental evolution, we explore these questions of contingency and we replay the tape of life. Would things have been different? While chemistry always repeats itself, biology burps up familiar patterns in new ways. Eyes, wings, molecular structures. What are the algorithms of life? Replaying the tape of our friendship, would it matter if I met Sasha first in Berlin? If my first meal with him was Afghani food in Boston instead of our last? How many chance meetings go into making up a friendship? These are the chance encounters of life. Structure and contingency and agency all intertwined, as much a truth of evolution as a way of life and work for Sasha. As we grasp and seek to grasp the interchangeability of biological life with its synthetic and even digital representations, Sasha knew we were confronting novel prospects for remaking life here on Earth and wondered what that might mean. What if the life we know is but one subset of possible potentialities of life? In centuries past, the unknown spaces at the edge of the known world were peopled with monstrous beings, fantastical and familiar, dragons, angels, and far-off peoples whose faces lay in their chests. By the dawn of the 20th century, attention began to be paid to understanding life by understanding its origins and by potentially creating it in the laboratory. And 60 years ago, exobiologists and geneticists began to argue about what life might look like in other places. alternative chemistries, metabolisms, and heredities, silicon-based life, even invoking earthly analogs. As we explore the possibility and the possibility space of life, might we find other possibilities for life that might exist but have not been exploited? Was the course of nature foreordained in a residue of creationist logics, with each organism having a structured place in nature, a niche? Or might there be other modes of thought, other possibilities, other contingencies in which niches are not platonically pre-constructed or pre-existing, but constructed as we go along? Ascensions waiting to be undertaken in the mountains of Kazakhstan, on islands in the middle of the ocean, or beneath the waves. What defines the parameter of the niche? Sasha asked me. In a piece he was drafting for a volume I was editing, Sasha wondered how artificially intelligent machines may eventually be able to access a greater space of possible living shapes and forms, and with the aesthetic possibilities attendant upon phenotypes, thereby transforming into xenotypes. He offered what he described as a more speculative consideration of how artificially intelligent machines may be able to eventually access a greater space of possible living shapes and forms. He saw this as a test balloon, he said, for my further research. Ascensions. Sasha was always in the process of ascending. And whether it was his rockets or his test balloons or his high-flying ideas, he would get there. As the geneticist Theodosius Tovzhansky once wrote in a piece called Man Consorting with Things Eternal, it is quite literally true that a man is a conglomeration of transformed groceries, but he is most surely not only that. And when I shared a paper with Sasha about how viral DNA from outer space might be encoded with a message from an advanced civilization, Sasha was entranced that this modern version of panspermia might already be taking place in reverse. That's essentially already us, he insisted to me. We are not alone, as Walter Sullivan once noted, not by finding cosmic brethren out there, but by finding our cosmic roots and our brethren here on Earth. Earlier this week, as I reread all my correspondence with Sasha, all his manifold natures and growth assemblies and collaboration with so many wonderful others who are here today, I thought, how do we live through this new season of the void, of loss? And I ran across a piece that Sasha wrote in 2016. At the very heart of what sets us apart from other species, he wrote, lies our ability to cheat our circumstances. We've learned to defy some of the contingencies of nature, perhaps estranged ourselves from it. But more than this, he went on, the emergence of what we call life may have been a singular event in the history of everything and incredibly precarious. We may be inhabiting the greatest cheat of all. It may be us, the chance encounter of life. Space and time are curved more intensely in the wake of the unexpected loss of a friend, a wake that extends far across the Atlantic. We've been cheated of his talent and his insight far too early, and I miss his ability to synthesize from the serendipitous, to find meaning in the happenstance and in the analysis of juxtaposition. Atlantis, Ascension, Azores. I once met up with a remarkable friend on an island in the Atlantic in one of those chance encounters of life.
Greetings, everyone. It's a distinct pleasure to be part of the celebration of a very unusual human. I want to thank all the presenters so far for putting together an amazing picture of the many facets of Sasha. I got to know Sasha as he participated in a class I taught in 2016, and then became really interested in the phenomenon, or the quest for better understanding of human origins, which we call anthropogeny. As part of that graduate specialization that we run here at UCSD, where we essentially invite PhD students in 8 existing graduate programs to come together in trying to better understanding a very old and big question: where are humans from? How did we get here? And together with graduate students from the neurosciences, from linguistics, psychology, biomedicine, anthropology, and cognitive sciences, Sasha spent several years exploring many of these questions. And this introduced him to areas such as neurosciences, osteology, ethnography, linguistics, and so forth. And from the get-go, it was very clear that he had, this brilliant and super curious, totally open mind, and would see connections between things that most of us would probably not readily connect. And I really want to thank the previous speakers to give ample examples about that. So as part of this specialization, the aim of this specialization is really to bring people together before they have siloed off in their respective fields, so that with the opportunity of talking to other nascent scientists, they gain a more panoramic view of a true interdisciplinary approach to the landscape in which humans evolved and started essentially becoming the planetary ape that is now putting the lives of all other apes and all other organisms at risks. And so I'm very, very sad. I was extremely sad not to have the opportunity to take Sasha Pohflepp with me on a field course that we teach every year, except in COVID times. And this is one of these landscapes. It's in southern Tanzania. It's a place where one of the last group of living hunter-gatherers, the Hadza people, live. And we're very fortunate that we can go visit them with small groups of students, so that these students get a first-hand view of what it means to live off the land, without farming, without villages, without priests, without taxes, but knowing every nook and cranny of the environment, every animal, every plant, every rock. And so as part of this specialization, these students get the opportunity to participate in events. We have 3 of those a year. These are symposia. They have a public aspect and a private aspect. And I thought I'd show you a few things in which Sasha participated. One of them was a symposium we had on medicine and health. And he was there paired with a researcher, an ethnographer, an anthropologist from UC Santa Barbara, Michael Gervin, who works on hunter-gatherer or forager health, and was talking about what we can learn about non-communicable diseases from hunter-gatherers. It turns out the cliche images that hunter-gatherers have huge mortality and they don't get old, and that's totally wrong. They have huge mortality, especially as infants, but if they survive, the modal age of death is about 70 years. So in most hunter-gathering societies have, about 20% of the adult population are actually post-reproductive females. And this is an observation that gave rise to the grandmother hypothesis, which is a very unique phenomenon by which only humans have living grandmothers, probably because they have a huge role to play in cultural transmission. So that was a biomedical approach to questions about human origins. Then we had a very special symposium on the awareness of death and personal mortality, where Sasha was paired with Paul Harris, who was very interested in the understanding by children of what it means to lose someone. And this, very pervasive view that human children tend to allow missing people to live on in their minds. This symposium was actually prompted by the founder of CARTA, my colleague and mentor, Ajit Varki, who wrote this very interesting book, Denial, which is about self-deception that is required for humans who are utterly aware of their mortality. And we can all only function if we deny our mortality on a daily basis. The word self-deception and denial have both featured prominently already today. And then in another event, Sasha was paired up with Adam Ockelford, who studies children with very amazing natural talents. Many of these children are on the autism spectrum. And so that gave him a view into an approach of unusual minds among fellow humans, and what these minds can tell us about how most of our minds function. At the next event, which was a whole symposium on imagination and human origins, Sasha actually shadowed Alison Motry, who's a colleague here at UCSD. And Alison is world famous for growing brain organoids in the lab and observing how these cells form structures of cortical neurons in a dish based on induced pluripotent stem cells. And very befitting today's celebration of Sasha, Alison actually sent some of these organoids into space with NASA, and they spent 27 days in space and then returned. And this allows Motry's team to study what happens to organoids in the absence of gravity and so forth. Most recently, he's engineered in Neanderthal variants in these brains. So he's Neanderthalizing brain organoids to find out how differently Neanderthal brains might have ticked. The last event that Sasha participated in was probably a topic very close to the interest of this group, which was the impact of tool use and technology on the human mind. And there, Sasha actually produced a summary of the entire event. It had 9 speakers, and the topics ranged from stone tool use and the impact, the possible connection between stone tool manufacture and linguistic capacity, all the way to cultural taboos and cultural rules of breeding that explain phenomena of reduction of Y chromosome variability based on male-male competition in the last 50,000 years. As part of his specialization, Sasha spent a lot of time thinking about particularly human traits. And two topics that really, he drilled into were one, apophenia, the phenomenon by which humans tend to, as pattern seekers, we tend to see things like Jesus Christ on a piece of toast, or a face on other planets, or a face in this pebble here from Mapakansgat in South Africa. Or a contrast, a gigantic thing seen by certain people in China in a constellation of mountains that are hundreds of kilometers away from each other. So what is it about our minds that, pushes our imagination into projecting patterns that we perceive into things that might have precious little to do with design? They just happen to look like a face or like a giant human. And a second topic he was very interested in, again, linking to his interest in unpredictability, chance, randomness, contingency, is divination, which is a practice whereby, random acts or random events or random patterns, be they in a coffee cup or the behavior of a spider in between some leaves as used in West Africa, or the throwing of pieces of bones and shells, to then read out something about the potential future. So Sasha spent a lot of time writing and thinking about both apophenia and divination. And I was shocked, as all of you must have been, to hear of his way too early passing, because I was incredibly looking forward to having Sasha, together with 6 other students, to go and visit incredible places in Tanzania. And actually, the year that Sasha could not come with us, I took this photograph of a group of completely wild savanna adaptive chimpanzees in Isa Valley in southern Tanzania. These chimpanzees have only become habituated to human observers in the last 2 to 3 years. I've been going there for the last 10 years. The first 7 years, they would immediately run away. And last year, I was able to take this photograph of this group casually grooming each other in an overhead clasp, which is a cultural behavior of this group, and just staring back at me. And so I know it would have blown Sasha away to be there and observe those guys with me. If you are interested in human origins, which I think everybody I've met so far is, I would like to invite you to participate in this upcoming symposium on altered states of the human mind, which we will have virtually on Saturday, March the 13th. And the 2 chairs are Jean-Pierre Changeux, a famous neuroscientist from France, and Pat Churchland, who is a philosopher here at UCSD and the Salk Institute. So again, I'm very grateful to be part of this event, and I look forward to meeting you virtually or in person or mask to mask soon. Stay safe, everyone. Thank you very, very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. My name's Tony Dunn, and I was the head of design interactions where Sasha was a student between 2007 and 2009. And I'm very grateful to be involved in this event. So thank you very much for bringing so many of his collaborators and colleagues and friends together to celebrate his person and also his ideas and work.
Yes, likewise. So I was teaching in design interactions during the same period. I received a message from Tony probably 4 or 5 weeks ago asking me if I'd like to participate in this discussion. And we were thinking really about Sasha's projects during this period. And Tony had suggested that we talk about the Golden Institute. So I think there are many aspects to the project that we both really admire. And for me, it's been very interesting. I hadn't thought about the project for a while. I did write about it in my PhD, and it was a chance to go back and look again at the project. And I think Tony and myself have been doing that for the past couple of weeks to really come back with something that we could really discuss in a little bit more detail.
I guess we should say a little bit about what it is. I guess the Golden Institute is a fictional think tank that's located in Golden in Colorado, and it was set up to explore new possibilities for generating energy. So turning Nevada into a lightning field, for example, or hacking day and nighttime, or harnessing energy from cars leaving the expressway. But these weren't design proposals for Sasha. The project was more of a way of exploring how technological imaginaries are constructed and how they're communicated. And even though it was done over 10 years ago, it's actually pretty timely, as James was saying, in relation to the current situation in the US. But I think what fascinates us both about this project is the fact it's a counterfactual and a beautifully crafted one as that. And I think, James, you've thought a lot more about counterfactuals than me, so I know there's some specific things you think that make this one particularly successful.
Yeah, so indeed, I mean, maybe just a couple of words about the idea of the counterfactual, because people might not have come across them. I mean, one of the classic ones is in the fine film Back to the Future 2. It's really a great example of what happens if we, as Dr. Emmett Brown says, we skew a timeline to create a different present. And for me, the key point here is the choice of the timeline. It's really crucial that we find something, or in Sasha's case, a subject which resonates in the present. So his project essentially talks about energy, and his choice was this 1980 US election between Jimmy Carter and Ronald Reagan. I mean, we all know the outcome of this event. Reagan, of course, won. He was chosen by the American people, went on to create Reaganomics, this kind of neoliberal approach, and the freeing of the markets, the freeing of the economy. But what Sasha discovered, I suppose maybe he knew it already, but a little bit of research into Carter, he had actually been initiating a lot of very green initiatives from after the crisis of 1973. He installed solar panels on the roof of the White House, for example. And there's this lovely quote from Carter as he was talking to the journalists at the launch of this event celebrating the solar panels. He said, "A generation from now, this solar heater could either be a curiosity, a museum piece, an example of a road not taken, or it can be a small part in one of the greatest and most exciting adventures ever undertaken by the American people." So with hindsight, it's interesting. We know that, in fact, it was an example of a road not taken. And Sasha's project shows us what that road could have been like. For me, that's the strength of it. So as we look from this period in time, the current events unfolding in the US, the growing environmental crisis, 40 years ago, there was a path that could have happened. So maybe, Tony, we could go through a few of the images. We thought this, Tony in his wisdom found this Flickr page, which really documents beautifully the evolution of the project, right back from the very initial sketches, the evolution of the ideas, the flow of the ideas, the attention to detail, which I find phenomenal, is all the way down. I think, Tony, if you scroll back somewhere near the top, there was just a detail of the plug sockets on the wall. He's doing this project from London, but there's a period United States plug socket on the wall, the type of folders being used, the very, very minute intricacies of detail. But then as we zoom out, as the projects evolve, going into the macro scale, looking at geoengineering and geopolitics, really looking at the cultural episodes, social structures, the people of Nevada embracing these ideas. The roads there, I mean, this one in particular is, let me just pick up my notes here, the Project Opal, which talks about the road systems. As we see this evolution of how the roads might start to become, typically cars are seen as being anti-environment, drinking lots and lots of fossil fuels, but here they start to contribute back to the generation of energy. And it is a kind of Futurama. It's this celebration of the roads going back to 1939. And then there's this also the kind of Ballardian dark side of the roads as car crashes are actually used positively to generate energy from that massive event.
I think what was fascinating about this, I mean, I used to follow Sasha's Flickr page because he used it to kind of document all his wonderful observations from his research and his many, many travels. And I was delighted to discover just a couple of weeks ago that this page was still in existence. But I think it also shows, besides the conceptual and technological interest he has in these projects, his fascination with visual aesthetics and the kind of languages of representation that think tanks and future corporations use to present their worlds. And I think he was kind of obviously critical of that world, highly critical of the language, but I think he was kind of equally attracted to it too. And this project allowed him to sort of delve deeper into how imaginaries are sort of constructed and represented. And there's one image I particularly find quite beautiful. It's this, this image here, the green one, where it's related to a mini scenario where he's talking about car impacts, car accidents, and cars, the destruction of cars being used themselves to generate energy. And I just like the way he kind of doesn't try to explain the object or the project or the process, but sort of evokes a radically different world from the one we live in through these kind of abstract, semi-abstract images.
So, Tony, I mean, I'm kind of intrigued just to, when we've spoken a lot about the design interactions years. I mean, for me, this was kind of a formative period. From my point of view, I think I was always amazed at how much the students drove the direction of the course in many ways. I mean, I suppose we put a framework in place, but I'm not going to mention any other names, but what the students were bringing during that period was, I think, quite phenomenal. I mean, maybe you want to say a few words on that.
No, I agree. I think this was 2009, and I think we were just talking the other day about how in the world of speculation and design fiction and so on, it's now come to mean futures. And when this work was happening in the department in 2009, I guess Sasha and many of his classmates were looking at all sorts of different ways of using fiction, counterfactuals just being one of those. And I guess in talking the other day, it kind of made me wonder if maybe it's time to move on from the future as the kind of primary framing device for these kinds of fictional speculations. And like Sasha, sort of dig a little deeper into the kind of ideas being explored in fine art, in literature, in cinema, and see what happens when we bring those into design. But it is funny looking back at how diverse the strategies were at that time, and in a way how unified they seem to be becoming these days.
Yeah, I mean, there was another point that you mentioned when we were speaking last week, the power of the counterfactual to actually help us understand history. And looking back through our histories that are so relevant to the design process, how exploring and examining that history and looking at these key moments that shape the present, I think they give us probably clues as to how decisions that we make today could influence that future. So it's this, I think it's the complexity of the time slip, the richness, the overlaps, the understanding of choices made, choices not made, different disciplines coming into this. So, you know, the idea of think tanks, the politics behind that, so many of the other factors that go into the precision of the idea of geoengineering. You know, I think the previous speakers have commented largely on the multidisciplinary influences that inform such projects.
Yeah, I agree. Just looking at the time, I think our 10 minutes are up. I hope, well, all of the projects today are giving this, as the previous speaker said, this amazing insight into the breadth of Sasha's thought and creative practice. And I think for me, certainly, it was wonderful to be there talking with him and working with him at the kind of relatively early days of his thinking, and to see where it was leading him until the very sad loss a while back.
Yeah, likewise. So I guess just thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to speak about the project. For me, it's been wonderful to rediscover this and look back on it with the knowledge that the ideas that I've had over the past 10 years. Looking back on the project's been really a fantastic experience.
Okay. Thank you very much for including us.
Hello, everybody. From my side, Jussi Angesleva. I used to be, or still am, teaching at the University of Arts in Berlin. Actually, my career started more or less at the same time when Sasha was finishing his. So so I want to bring one sample, a little bit of the work from what he did during that time, his graduate work, which was the sort of a way I got to know him at the beginning. Following the conversations today, it's amazing how many kind of links and sort of richness that I feel I now in retrospect can see the seeds in the work already back then. So I'm really like so grateful for having been able to part of this, having been able to be part of this event. Not everything goes always as planned. So here I'm on a mobile screen trying to kind of assemble some presentation together that I don't have. So now there's a little bit of a live performance. I'll do a short video edit that I just did based on online sources that gives a little bit of the context for those of you who don't have the original references. So I'll do a quick screen share on a mobile screen, and let's see if this works. Yeah.
I did a lot of works that are about time, in a way, both on the design and on the art side. Because for film, I actually think that time is really, because of obviously film is a time-based, or video is a time-based medium, and I think this is really like animated images or moving image really allows you to
projected on a surface embedded in a table-like installation. The photos are randomly scattered as if thrown on a desk. There is also a prism-like object which a user can pick up and move across the images. Placed over a photo for some time, rays of light gradually start to appear from its center, which project other photos when they hit the sides of the table. When the prism is rotated, the projected image moves across the sides. These projected images are actually the photos that were taken in the very same moment as the photo which the prism is currently being placed over. Employing a metaphor similar to the way in which a prism breaks up visible light into different colors, it breaks up time itself, making visible what happened elsewhere in the very same instant.
Basically, this project is more about how photography changed into something different, in the way that actually, like you have these two sides of photography that maybe changed in the last 20 to 30 years. And one thing is that you have a certain amount of metadata attached to the images, which kind of started with the data bag that Canon introduced, where you could like print the time of the creation of the image on the image, and which now has evolved into this huge package of context data that gets attached to every image, which you actually don't see, but it's there. And on the other side, which is much more important actually, that people use photography, if you look at sites like Flickr, that they use photography as a tool to communicate through the images. So like an image that sits on your computer or sits in your album isn't really finished, so you have to put it somewhere for other people to see and to talk about it. And
taking a photo means making a memory, choosing a moment in time and framing a situation. For many, making their moments public is already part of the process of photography itself. Buttons takes on this notion of the camera as a networked object. It is a camera that will capture a moment at the press of a button. However, unlike a conventional analog or digital camera, this one doesn't have any optical elements. It allows you to capture your moment, but in doing so, it effectively separates itself from the subject. Instead, as you will memorize the moment, the camera memorizes only the time and starts to continuously search on the net for other photos that have been taken in the very same moment.
the things I really sit down and write and sketch. I always wondered how people would how people would need all these sketchbooks, but for the blinks and buttons thing, I think it was finished after 7 sketchbooks. I think for most people it's kind of like inspiration is kind of a mixture of other people's work, of course, and then like a random mix of reading, watching movies, and going out.
So I hope that I'm back in audio connection. So really, like when I was now scrambling to put this short clip together, there are like few things that really popped to my mind. So it's really the kind of this post-rational design. Now that I see all the works that Sasha has been working since then, we've kept in contact, but mostly kind of in conferences, meeting as friends. But I must say that I didn't really follow his actual work production over the years since then. But I've been now just like blown away by the kind of the integrity of how these kind of seeds of thoughts of this kind of the imaginary and the way that that you make meaning with this kind of technologically mediated world, where they're kind of stemming from. So whereas this student project back then would have been like, so it's still closely defined and it's easy to communicate as one project, it still had this kind of a thinking. And I think the sort of the reflection about the mental work. So Sasha as a writer, Sasha as a designer, and Sasha as artist somehow came fantastically together. So the last point I wanted to make here is that the way I so preparing for this, which went awfully wrong because I don't have the material now, but I still realized how much of the work, and this is not so old, it's only from 2006, just before Sasha left for the RCA, there's the Flickr stream that Tony was mentioning, that's still there, but so much of the material is already kind of crumbling. So the only documentation of the blinks was part of this interview on Flasher that I managed to discover. The other parts, I'm sure, are somewhere else, but therefore having a place that you put together now to keep the work alive and keep a place for this archive is fantastic. So this, I know time is running, so I stop here. Thank you very much for being able to be part of this event.
The Greatest Show is Leaving, a story about friendship, rockets, and chance. When I walked into the Sashaverse, I didn't even know it had happened. It was the spring of 2008 when I walked into a small gallery in Zurich and encountered these huggable atomic mushrooms. I was so moved by this piece that I decided to look up the artist Dun and Raby and write them an email. I worked for Apple in California at the time and connected very deeply with it from a product design and technology perspective, connecting with culture and anxiety. Later that summer, I moved back to San Francisco and held these mushrooms in my memory. Later that year, in August 2008, I met Sasha in San Francisco. He was in town for a food camp to talk about his work on buttons. Immediately, we connected over technology, art, design, history, California subcultures, hippies, Burning Man, you name it, we talked about it. At some point, after a few drinks, I asked him, do you know who Dun and Raby are? I saw this show in Zurich. It was kind of super out of character, but I wrote them an email. He stops immediately. What? You are the Apple woman? Extremely confused and embarrassed about what may come next, he kind of explains to me, I study under them at the RCA. I know about your email. So our friendship was galvanized pretty quickly after that. The journey through the Sashaverse was always a nonlinear exploration of spontaneity, different orbital paths, gravitational pulls that join our common interests of space, rockets, technology, and all possible futures created by humans and machines. As a close friend, not a collaborator, colleague, or academic, I had a unique and tangential view into his work. In the beginning, I really had no idea what he did or how he made it happen. He seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at the same time, making, creating, and spontaneously colliding people, things, and ideas. At some point, he Twitter DM'd me from London, asking if I could please send him an American flag, a US power outlet, things that would go into an American office like pencils, paper, a legal pad. So of course, off these things went to London. Throughout our friendship, both of us bounced around the world, SF, Berlin, London, New York, Ohio. He collided his interests with just normal everyday hangouts, whether he was in San Francisco researching at the Prelinger Library or in Ohio with Chris for a model rocket competition, we'd find opportunities to go on all kinds of adventures. One time when he was in San Francisco, I said, hey, I have tickets to go see the show at the Henry Miller Library. Do you want to come? Ah, yeah, of course. I need to film some fog and some ice plants. And I guess he was filming for Zero Park at that time. Or during a trip to Ohio, we pull off the side of the road to go take a photo of this GMO research field. But it was really space and rockets, which is where we truly connected as friends. It represented impossible futures, feats of humanity, the merging of humans and machines to create new worlds and infinite possibilities. In 2011, we traveled to the rocket-themed CCC camp north of Berlin on a former Soviet Air Force base. And of course, he just spontaneously shoves his head into the back of this big. When he was in Ohio for that model rocket competition with Chris, I think we made what I believe was his first Estes rocket ever in my grandma's backyard, where I used to fly them as a kid. Because he grew up in Germany, I guess model rockets weren't really allowed, and I was very confused by this. And as of course, his rocket was very, very Sasha. During that same trip, we went to the Air Force Museum and he just happily jumps into the space shuttle simulator. But the ultimate space adventure happened in July 2011 for the launch of the last space shuttle, STS-135. Earlier that year, I had attended an STS-133 launch as part of a NASA tweet up. I practically live on the internet, so of course, Twitter and tweeting was sort of normal. At that event, I met someone named John Lodgson, who is the head of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington. Of course, while I'm at the tweet up, I get this buzzing in my pocket from Sasha. Very lame, rendering a space shuttle while L-Link is about to watch one take off. It turns out that simultaneously, while I'm watching a massive rocket fly to space, he's rendering every rocket ever made in chronological order for his work, The Tchaikovsky Trick. Little did I know that as I was standing in Florida. So at some point, we decided that it was probably a good idea to catch at least this last shuttle launch of some kind anywhere on the beach with our friends. After a lot of planning, we gathered a crew of about 10 people, tech friends, NASA friends, and of course, Sasha and Chris came down from New York. We jammed ourselves into this tiny apartment on the Space Coast that could have walked right out of a Copeland novel. The night before launch, everyone was sitting around with excitement and waiting for rockets to launch in the morning. Then I got an email from John. Meet me at the Waffle House at 6 in the morning. I have 2 VIP guest passes. Didn't really know what that meant, but we got into the car, went to the Waffle House, and got ready for space. As we drove into NASA, John put on David Bowie's A Space Odyssey, and we talked about what it meant to see the space shuttle program end, what it meant for the future of human spaceflight, and what space exploration looked like from here. When we got to NASA, we realized we were way in over our heads. It turns out we were going into the NASA administrators building to watch this launch. We were surrounded by senior NASA officials, people from the military, and even some people from the cast of Star Trek. But here we are, 2 space friends running around with our DSLRs looking for the right spot to take photos of this historic event, nerding out about rockets and just being space friends. At some point, I think we might have been tailed by Secret Service. I don't entirely know, but they were not really sure what we were doing there. Just before the launch, Sasha found himself a quiet place on the roof of the building. And honestly, it was probably the best place for photographs. We both watched in awe as this final chapter of the American space program closed. During the launch, he captured these images, which now make up a piece called The Greatest Show is Leaving, which was commissioned by a gallery here in Berlin. After the launch, we headed down to the tiki bar on the beach to find Chris and talk about what we had witnessed. And then we all had a deck into our own Sasha versus New York and San Francisco. Today, we sit together here from around the globe in a virtual Sashaverse created by close friends and collaborators. I hope you get to meet someone new, connect a new idea, fly around as a rocket, and continue to collide with each other in this virtual and real space to create impossible futures and infinite possibilities together. Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay. That was really beautiful. And I was just smiling the entire time. So that, I don't know, was a really special presentation. I am going to do something a little bit different. So after Sasha passed away, I found myself kind of responsible for Sasha's books, which made their way to the Cybernetics Library, housed here at Trust, where I'm sitting. And so we've heard a lot about Sasha's practice, which was multifaceted and really just tied together so many fascinating, playful concepts. I tried to pull a few few texts from his library that touched on some of those elements. And I'm presenting it kind of inspired by one of the pieces that he and Chris did together that I participated in. It's the last piece that I participated with Sasha on, and that was Deep Unlearning, which you can find videos of online. So I encourage you to Google that and watch this video. So first up is this book. I don't know the origin story of this book, but it the title translates to Amazing Experiments, Discover in a Playful Way. And so I can only imagine this was a text from his childhood. There are a bunch of little experiments for children. It's all in German, so I'm not going to be very much help actually reading any of this, but you can see the illustrations. And I don't know, it's just a kind of nice like introduction to Sasha's intellectual and scientific curiosity. I'll try to flip a little bit slower so you can see things. I have a bunch of books to get through, so I'm going to go kind of quick. This, of course, yeah, this was obviously a collaboration with Daisy, and I'm just going to read a small passage that kind of speaks to some of the themes that that have already been discussed today, but in Sasha's own words. So. Replication thus constitutes a radical departure from classical notions of elegance in design and engineering, and the importance of standardization in manufacturing. A single living machine can rapidly give rise to billions of nearly identical copies that are nevertheless unique. It is rarely appreciated that this aspect of life, even engineered life, originates far from a human place, and that contingent effects will always greatly outnumber human intervention. In other words, a single person, an architect, engineer, scientist, and so forth, may be able to piece together an artificial cell. But even after one replication cycle, that person must share authorship with the innumerable forces that drive Darwinian evolution. I'm not quite centered here. So yeah, this is from a text with Shref Manzi, Living Machines, that Sasha wrote. Okay, this is a fun one, Ectopia. I'm just gonna read the back cover because it's amazing and like reminded me so much of Sasha. Imagine a future that works. We are in the year 1999. Since 1980, Ectopia has been isolated, Chinese fashion. Now, finally, an official visitor is admitted. He is Wilson Weston, crack investigative reporter. Like a modern Gulliver, Will is sometimes horrified, sometimes overwhelmed by strange practices and sensual encounters. He discovers a nation which in lucky circumstances has taken charge of its own biological destiny. As Will becomes deeply involved with the sexually forthright Ectopian women, ritual war games, and female-dominated stable state government, his confusion of values intensifies and reaches a startling climax. The novel of your future, Ectopia. Not going to read too much of this one, but perfectly Sasha text. Okay. So Sasha and I think first bonded on kind of talking about simulation and modeling. I was my kind of intellectual academic history started in protein folding, and I was working at I was working doing genomics research at the time. So yeah, we talked a lot about evolution and modeling of biological structures. So I'm gonna read a little passage from this text from his library. 3 orders of simulacra. Simulacra that are naturalist, founded on the image, on imitation, and counterfeit, that are harmonious, optimistic, and that aim for the restitution or the ideal institution of nature, made in God's image. Simulacra are the productivist, founded on energy, force, its materialization by the machine and the whole system of production. Promethean aim of a continuous globalization and expansion of an indefinite liberation of energy. Desire belongs to the utopias related to this order of simulacra. Simulacra of simulation, founded on information, the model, the cybernetic game, total operationality, hyperreality, aim of total control. To the first category belongs the imaginary of the utopia. To the second corresponds science fiction, strictly speaking. To the third corresponds, is there an imaginary that might correspond to this order? The most likely answer is that the good old imagery of science fiction is dead, and that something else is in the process of emerging, not only in fiction, but in theory as well. The same wavering and indeterminate fate puts an end to science fiction, but also to theory as specific genres. Maybe stop there. I encourage you to check out this book. There's some really interesting stuff if you read beyond there, but I'm pressed for time. Okay, I also wanted to do this top-down view because you can see some of Sasha's marginalia. I'm not going to get to read too much of it, but you can see this one says entropy as a measure of ignorance, but less and less memories in the past. Entropy and information are closely related. In fact, entropy can be regarded as a measure of ignorance. When it is known only that a system is in a given macrostate, the entropy of the macrostate measures the degree of ignorance the microstate system is in by counting the number of bits and additional information needed to specify it. With all the microstates in the macrostate treated as equally probable. Similar arguments can be found in most books dealing with the era of time. We believe that these arguments are untenable. They imply that it is our own ignorance or coarse graining that leads to the second law. For a well-informed observer, such as the demon imagined by Laplace, the world would appear as perfectly time reversible. We would be the father of time, of evolution, and not its children. Irreversibility subsists whatever the precision of our experiments. This means that attributing these properties to incomplete information can hardly be considered. It is interesting to note that Max Planck had already opposed the idea of incomplete information to describe the second law in his treatise on thermodynamics. He marks look up here. In his books, he often kind of leaves some artifacts from his travels. So I'll pick out a couple of those in some of the books that are coming up. This is a favorite, think tanks. So he really kind of introduced me to the world of think tanks, he and Chris. And I kind of got equally obsessed with like Rand and the Hudson Institute after speaking with him. The primary function of a think tank, as the term is used here, is neither traditional basic research, applied research, or development, although all three are commonly performed in think tanks, but to act as a bridge between knowledge and power, and between science, technology, and policymaking in areas of broad interest. They are closer to being agents of new knowledge and discovery than creators of new knowledge. As a Rand official explains the role of his corporation, We are something like middlemen who find, assemble, and interpret knowledge for its ultimate consumers, who in our case are mostly the government. A current popular term for this role is policy research, or research that produces ideas, analysis, and alternatives relevant to people who make policy. In contrast to traditional science and R&D, which normally produce scientific knowledge for other scientists and researchers. And I think I'll pause there. There's a little bit about the kind of connection between multidisciplinarity and an introduction of multidisciplinarity from Rand and the kind of emergence of think tanks right after that. But that one's fun. Could not introduce Sasha's library without, introducing this book. I was kind of blown away that he actually had it. I guess it was part of a show that he and Chris did at one point. Early in the course of research of the Rand Corporation, a demand arose for random numbers. They were needed to solve problems of various kinds by experimental probability procedures, which have come to be called Monte Carlo methods. Many of the applications required a large supply of random digits or normal deviates of high quality, and the tables presented here were produced to meet those requirements. The numbers have been used extensively by research workers at Rand and by many others in the solution of a wide range of problems during the past 7 years. And then, of course, it is a book of random numbers. So I'll read one out for Sasha. 96527. Okay, a couple more left. Right, so history of the future. This is a pretty interesting text. It's a lot of, kind of goes through a bunch of cinematic history and cultural kind of imaginations of the future. And I'm going to read from the chapter, The Space Age. In 1903, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, a Russian school teacher, published a series of conceptual designs for space technology. He proposed the idea of a rocket ship using liquid propellants and designed a rotating space habitat with a space greenhouse as part of an enclosed ecological system. These and subsequent concepts for space stations, multi-stage rockets, astronaut suits, and tethered attachments inspired later Russian scientists to embark on real space research. Dr. Robert Goddard, the first American to engage in serious rocket experiments. And by the way, Chris and I visited the place where Goddard first launched his first chemical rocket, and we launched rockets at that exact same place. And it was an amazing adventure. It was bitter cold, and we were just having so much fun launching rockets together. So Dr. Robert Goddard, the first American to engage in serious rocket experiments, began to study liquid propellants in 1909. And he developed the idea of combining liquid hydrogen and oxygen. With funds from the Smithsonian Institution, he constructed a rocket fueled by liquid propellants and was successfully launched in 1926. A year later, German physicist Hermann Oberth established the Society for Space Travel, a group that included Johannes Winkler, Rudolf Nebel, Werner von Braun, and other pioneering figures in space research. Members launched experimental rockets in the 1920s and 1930s and worked on government projects during World War II. But in 1945, as the war ended, many surrendered to the Allied forces. Some became part of the Russian scientific community. Others were brought to the United States. Pause there, but this is a fun one. History of the future. Should probably bring this one kind of close. The Observer's Book of Weather. This one has some really beautiful plate prints. I might have to get quite close. I picked this page because it's, yeah, you can see the layers of the atmosphere with the V2 rocket ascents at 500,000 feet. We do not yet know how high the atmosphere actually extends, but it has been established that the limit of twilight, i.e. the point where the shadow of the Earth, which the sun casts on the sky after passing below the horizon or before rising above it, is about 49 miles high, and that the observation of meteor trails suggests that atmosphere exists up to some 200 miles above the Earth. It is probable, however, that it stretches to even greater heights, as there might be some atmosphere to make auroral streamers visible, and these have been measured to exceed 300 miles in altitude. Where space actually begins, such as we know space devoid of all atmosphere, still remains to be solved. The way in which weather conditions in the troposphere affect the level of the stratosphere is when a storm of exceptional violence has the effect of lifting the stratosphere several miles higher than normal. Generally, however, very little weather is encountered more than about 8 or 9 miles above the Earth, and there are very few clouds higher than 7 miles. And I'll flip through a couple of the, try to center this, of the prints in this book. It's quite an old book. They didn't know how high the atmosphere went when it was written. Calm, light air. Limits of velocity less than 1 to 3. Light breeze, gentle breeze, moderate breeze. Whole gale, storm, hurricane. Countryside is devastated. Oops. Science frontiers. Some anomalies and curiosities of nature. Okay, so this is a really weird book. I mean, as it says, it's just like weird shit that happens and has been kind of compiled out of like newspaper clippings and into this book that's divided by theme, like dissociation phenomena and psychokinesis, causal observations, chaos, the big picture. I'll just read one of these. Strange blue pool found at the bottom of Crater Lake. A mysterious small blue aqua pool of dense fluid has been discovered at the bottom of Crater Lake. It is bizarre, it is remarkable, said Jack Diamond, who with Robert Collier heads the 3-year Crater Lake exploration project. I have never seen anything like it, he said. The Oregon State University oceanographer said the pool, about 6 feet in depth, is approximately 3 feet wide by 8 feet long. It is near the lush white and orange bacteria mats found last summer. The murky pool of fluid was discovered during a dive in the research submarine. The temperature of the pool was about 4.5 degrees Celsius, which made about 1 degree Celsius warmer than the surrounding lake water. Mysterious smoke in Sri Lanka. Mysterious smoke exuding from the dry riverbed has produced the highest temperature ever recorded in Sri Lanka. And geologists said Friday they were baffled by the phenomenon. It just goes on like this. So perfectly Sasha book. Okay, one more. This book is absolutely amazing. I had never seen it before. I looked it up afterwards. And it's just a kind of one-off publication. The publisher never published, or the author never published anything else again. And yeah, alternative sources of energy, practical technology and philosophy for decentralized society. The print is printed in 1969. every single drawing is just kind of unique, and it's all about kind of alternative energy and building kind of small houses that are sustainable. And I'll read one passage from this, and then I'll be done. When I looked at the flame of the candle, I saw light, energy released in a process of atoms rearranging. It is also a rearranging of atoms that gives us life. Within our bodies, there is a great movement of matter taken in by breathing and eating. There are many structures that take materials and rearrange them chemically into components that include the maintenance and reformation of the structures themselves. If one were also to account for the sources of the materials and their destinations when they leave the body, the whole surface of the earth would be one interaction. This phenomenon is perpetuated by the input of energy from the sun. A civilization that accounts for the motions of the materials from which it is composed and does not rely on more energy than is reliably available will endure. This seems obvious that humanity's pursuit should be in the direction of a life support system that will endure for everybody. A life support system has only to do with the physical world. Once physical life is assured, the challenge lies in the metaphysical. It is within the world of consciousness that the future of evolution will take place. Since as a society we can choose the direction in which we are to progress, let us consider where it is that we are traveling. And I'll stop there. I hope that was close to my time allotted. I'll flip through one more time just because this book is incredible. And yeah, so I have cataloged all of Sasha's books. And if you want to see a list of his books, and this is the website you can go to. So yeah, and this will just be up permanently. And most of his books are in the Cybernetics library. You can see the ones that are in the Cybernetics library at the Cybernetics library catalog here, library.trust.support. And this site was built by Sonla. So thank you to Sonla. Thank you to Arthur for hosting Cybernetics library here. And yeah, we love and miss you, Sasha. Bye.
2 weeks ago, I found out Sasha Pohflepp died, and I haven't recovered from the shock. He was a gentleman and an extraordinary practitioner. I first met him in Japan in 2007, and he continued to inspire me through his writings and projects. His death feels unreal, as he was always present and engaged wherever he was. He was highly influential among my community of artists, designers, and creative engineers. Many colleagues and friends wrote about how charming and brilliant he was. He stayed in my apartment for some time while visiting New York a few years ago. He biked everywhere in any weather. He showed up in all the parties and made friends instantly. He was fearlessly academic in the best possible way. I will remember him as a scholar of many futures. I think of his work as poetic speculations, a wildly inventive approach to illustrate and communicate possible futures. Sasha was intellectually generous, often working with many collaborators from various fields, as well as long-term creative partners. Together, they fluidly shaped the future we may want to live in. What does it mean for us to write for someone who won't be able to read our writing? It's not writing to be read, but writing to remember. I hope other friends got to know Sasha and his work, as they've made a big impact on my life and art. For example, In Search of Personalized Time is a collaboration I did with Irun Kang. We built a timekeeper that keeps track of everybody's own senses of time. We did a few collaborative workshops and performances. When we applied for the funding to the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, we actually wrote that we will collaborate with Sasha and Chris in this project. We didn't get to. And I remember having a conversation with Sasha about it. And he was very understanding and supportive of the proposal, although we didn't get to work with him in the end. The last email that I have from him is another invitation for collaboration. And I regret not really responding to the email on time and not fulfilling his request for collaboration. To learn from Sasha's ability and his unique sense of poetic sciences, I want to think about other futures where we did indeed collaborate and we did indeed live in those times. Perhaps it was elsewhere or elsewhen, perhaps the present, the past, or the future.
So I wanted to show you a project in which I was collecting cloud observations, and one of them was from Sasha. And the way this project worked was during a satellite overpass over our location. In this case, this was like Former Worlds exhibition in Queens. We do a cloud observation as a ground truth observation from a citizen observer, looking back in the direction of the satellite. So it's a conversation that's trying to answer the questions that NASA asks of these ground truth citizen observers, which starts with questions like, what's the color of the sky, what are conditions on the ground, and so on. And based on this set of questions, it's a conversation about the sort of necessity and failures of reduction of experience to its representation, modeling, control of natural systems, positioning of human agency, and all those different knowledge practices, and so on. For these few minutes, I just cut together some snippets of Sasha's observation. So it's going to be very fragmented, but hopefully you can still enjoy this. I think re-listening to this reminded me how this kind of meandering style of conversation with Sasha always made them feel so kind of opening these new grounds.
The sky color is like a bluish gray or grayish blue. No special smells. Noise, well, that's the freeway quite close, so you can definitely hear cars. So you don't, like, if you close your eyes, you wouldn't think you're in the wilderness. Also, there's planes because we're quite close to an airport. And there's also cicadas. Oh, I guess it's cicadas, huh? So there's like a very interesting mix of nature and anthropogenic business going on around us. Like, you feel the presence of the environment, but it's kind of buffered by like the kind of infrastructure that is around us, and it's pretty heavy infrastructure, so you can tell that. And there's a lot of police. So like, if we look one way, it's basically all like emergency vehicles. And if we look the other way, well, there's more, and there's taxis. We perceive air at ground level as like nothing, you know, but it's like not nothing at all, you know. And you kind of feel it in a plane. I was actually at my first flying lesson a while ago, and the guy was talking a lot about that, and then actually being in this like really small plane, you really get a sense of that it's actually much more like a dense fluid that you're like pushing, that the plane is being like pushed through basically. It moves in a different way, so for us it's actually really difficult to kind of predict it. Maybe if you really force yourself to imagine that it's more like a fluid, then you could do it, but no. I mean, like, from really basic things, like is it gonna rain, to filming like a certain patch of the sky and then waiting for that cloud to move there, but actually at some point you realize it never moves there, you know. It just kind of like changes before it gets there. If you don't know the causality, all you have is your experience basically. Then interestingly allow us to kind of have some sort of experiential or like anecdotal understanding of the underlying system maybe. And always with this kind of like notion that maybe there's like a God kind of like doing these things. Like, our rules are basically mathematical descriptions of the system as we think we understand it. It's kind of the same thing. You know, one of our evolutionary skills is to kind of like be able to imagine the future, you know, and then it's almost like a herd. Humans feel hurt by the fact that maybe the universe doesn't work that way after all. My interest is it's about these like notions of control, I guess. For example, in the European Union, there's now this project to build a model of human brain. Again, it kind of like feels really strange that they think like if they kind of mirror something, if they kind of like remake something accurately enough, it's going to become the real thing, you know. And you know, whereas maybe actually the processes that are going on are somewhat different. Dude, like it's like having a car for 20 years and it breaks down, and you take it to the garage, and they don't actually look what's wrong with it, what part might have like aged to the point where it has to be replaced. They would actually have to do science on the car to figure out how the car works now, because the car has like significantly changed, you know, because the car is like subjected to these random processes that cause it to adapt in a way, you know, and it's so different. It kind of goes down to this like what can we know, and you know, how does it enable us to act.
Hi, my name's Kyle McDonald, and I had the pleasure of knowing Sasha while we were both in New York through mutual friends like Chris Wapkin and Tayin Choi. Um, yeah, it's such a pleasure to always run into him and bounce ideas off each other. I think the last conversation we had was about AI. He said he wanted to create the next generative adversarial network, which seemed very appropriate for his way of thinking. He always managed to like step back and have a bigger perspective. I wanted to share briefly project from summer of 2011 that featured Sasha. I was contributing to this project, which was led by another artist, Inmi Lee. She and I connected over some ideas around like the connections between sound and visuals, and ideas about transcoding and synesthesia, and we wanted to create some kind of physical sculptural representation of sound. We went back and forth for almost 2 years about this until realizing that we couldn't come up with anything that was better than what had already been done in terms of any kind of like literal translation of sound into visuals. And we decided to focus on gesture. We realized that every time that someone's talking about a word that they make with their mouth, like sound they make with their mouth, and they also like use their hands a lot of the time. They use their body language, and we thought maybe we could find a way to kind of get some of our friends together and see what kind of gestures they make when we give them words that they're unfamiliar with. Words from Korean that sound very similar to maybe the untrained ear, but maybe mean something different or have a slightly different feeling to them. What kind of gestures would they make in response? And then we recorded it with a 3D scanner, and we printed out these kind of strange sculptures with 3D printer that have this kind of bone-like quality that capture their gestures over time. And so we collected these interviews with the 3D scanner, but also with the video. And I wanted to play a video of Sasha and another friend who were sort of giving us their interpretation of some words that they had no idea what they meant. So thank you. Let's play the video.
Vocal. Vocal. It definitely sounds like a verb. It sounds like something, actually both sound like something you would do.
Bogle. It sounds like a mistake. Bogle. I made a bogle. Or he's a bogler.
It's not a very serious word, maybe. It's got something funny about it, you know?
Like people in the State Department would make a bogle. That would cause a lot of damage. But you couldn't, like, order something wrong in a restaurant. That's not a bogle. It has to be big.
Do you pronounce it correct? Bogle? That's the first or the second one? The second.
Bogle is a big mistake. A really big one. Like a nuclear power plant or Bogle. Bogle! That would be.
Also like a verb, actually. Like to bogle. I don't know.
There's probably, you could probably have 3 Bs, for disaster.
I don't know what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like it's the first one sounds more like it means something to me. The second sounds like a version of the first. It's a bit like, I don't know exactly what you're like getting over like the distinction of the two, but there's like certainly something happening between them, but I couldn't really say what it is actually.
One has a great deal more energy to it.
I think the second one is descriptive, lighter for some way, but maybe because it feels like there's little wave in it, or something that's missing, and it's kind of like replaced by this E. You know, it's actually Swedish people do that as well. The E. So it's kind of. So I think like there's like something.
You would have to have some emotion behind the bigger vocal. You'd be upset about the mistake or blaming someone for something that went wrong. You know, it was a giant bogle. So there would be emphasis behind it.
But maybe it's elastic. It's like a version of the first one that's kind of like been stretched a little bit, you know? And then there's like suddenly there's like a little gap, or it's a bit kind of like worn out. But I don't know if I could think of a specific gesture. Color, definitely brown for both. Maybe the second one is light brown.
Bogle.
It's like forced.
How could you make a bogle like that?
It's weird. You get gesture? I don't know.
You bogle
There's
a
definitely
lot.
like some sort of loop in it, yeah. It's maybe like.
But if you wanted to, if it was a big
like
bogle.
What a
bogle?
Bogle! Like the loop is wide for the second one. But maybe it's just.
Bogle this and you bogle that. How many bogles can you do?
In my head.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elvia. My contribution is short and sentimental to close out the day. It's a piece I wrote for a celebration held in Berlin last year that I wanted to share. And I just want to thank everyone who's participated and say how affected I am by today, which doesn't feel like a grand finale, but a grand launch. And like the start of a big new group project, which is so fitting for being with Sasha in a new way, because he was the instigator of a million projects. So I'm a writer, and one of the first long conversations I had with Sasha was an interview I did with him for a magazine in 2014. And these are just some images from that piece that I'm showing. It's fitting that an interview turned out to be a gateway to a friendship, one in which the questions went both ways. I specifically remember several nights at Berghain years later when he would run up to me and start asking me questions about something I had written or something he had read. I have a lot of memories actually of yelling with him over loud music in the corners of parties about things like engineering, empathy, future religions, misogyny in media art, anything but typical party conversation. And in retrospect, I realized that Sasha was one of the first people to encourage me as a writer, which is something I never got to thank him for, but want to thank him now, and just acknowledge that, as many other people have said today, the generosity of spirit really can't be understated. So in that first interview, I asked him mainly about his many projects related to outer space. We talked about growing food on a spaceship, about human life on Mars, about nostalgia for the future, about science and mysticism. He told me how excited he was for artists and designers to work with scientists to come up with wild speculative scenarios and actual solutions to real problems. He said he was optimistic because in every field, the most important thing is curiosity. We all know that Sasha was incredibly curious, asking questions, questions on questions, and pressing you just a little bit further. He really could talk forever. But what made his curiosity special is that it was twinned with a type of care. He wanted to learn everything because he cared about the world. He wanted to challenge us to expand our private universes by coming into contact or colliding with each other. Sasha also cared about the future, and he gave me a lot of optimism where I often don't have any. That doesn't mean he was overly idealistic. He was very skeptical, but he channeled his energy into conjuring things instead of lamenting the way things are. He was able to imagine how the world could be different and to meet a situation with a sense of humor instead of a sense of helplessness. There was a method to the madness, and it was building projects that could build resilient networks of people, which are continuing to expand even now. At the end of our interview, I asked Sasha about his video project, Forever Future, where an actor plays a character who creates his own space program. The character knows he will never actually make it to space. So in Sasha's words, he, quote, starts systematically preserving the unrealized visions of his lifetime in a symbolic spaceship kept in a storage facility. The character, Sasha said, quote, is a metaphor or placeholder for a cultural imaginary which stores such visions and allows them to periodically resurface, never letting them truly die. Throughout his life, Sasha was always building a storage facility for his imagination. All of his projects are ways that he stored his visions. We're lucky that there's this treasure trove of physical and digital stuff that we get to dig through and work with and revisit and revive. But the part of the spaceship that matters is us. We get to pilot the ship forward, preserving his cosmic energy and channeling it into new worlds, allowing it to resurface and never letting it die. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It's been a wonderful day, complicated, lovely, emotional, inspiring. So beautiful to have so many friends with us, and hopefully now we get to see you. So we're posting a link right now to some Zoom rooms where we can all convene. So see you there and see you back in this Sashaverse in the future.